Welcome back to the Gnostic Informant, and you're about to attain true gnosis.
Welcome to MythVision. I'm here tag teaming it with the Gnostic Informant. It is Easter, and everybody is celebrating it in their own way. We have some topics we're going to be discussing, and of course, we encourage everyone in the chat to challenge us, throw ideas at us. Super chats, of course, are greatly appreciated, and we will definitely pay attention to you. Neal.
And let me know how my audio sounds. Last stream was my first time doing a different setup, and I guess people said my audio was very low. Let me know if the audio is low still, and I'll adjust it as it goes.
I can hear you fine. So if I can hear you, I would imagine they can hear you perfectly fine, which is good. I'm glad your audio is working this time.
Someone already said sounds good. So, all right. So I'm glad to hear that. By the way, this is the day of the empty tomb.
Right.
And I also want to discuss with you on your recent video what you did about Wes Huff, because that is also Easter related. That the first time, this is such a huge deal. I don't think people even realize how big of a deal what I'm about to say is. The first time the gospel is written by presumably Mark. Some people say there's a Q document or whatever like that. Mm-hmm. Let's just go with what we know for sure. The oldest physical text that we have, the oldest, like we know for sure there's a Mark, and we know, and most scholars, and there are some, Mark Goodacre, who say Matthew came first.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't?
Nope.
Okay, did he change his mind or something?
Majority, there are Christians usually that take a Matthean priority. There might be some. Mark is the earliest, yeah.
Okay, but I thought Goodacre was one of the ones who thought Matthew was first. No?
Nope. Okay. He debated someone on that actually, and he argues Mark's first. Yeah.
Oh, so okay, cool. I was wrong about that.
It's okay.
Most scholars say Mark is the earliest. I think so too. I think that their arguments make the most sense for a lot of different reasons. I think they're all after 70. Even Mark has a lot of like no stone will be standing here type stuff about the temple destruction. That all makes sense after 70. Anyways, the point I'm trying to make is the first time that the Mark gets penned down, which is the first gospel, we don't have a physical resurrection of Jesus. Which means, yes, the angels tells the women at the tomb he has risen. Mm-hmm. That's fine. We're not saying there's no resurrection at all, but that's a big deal. A physical bodily resurrection is a huge doctrine of Christianity, almost across the board, Protestant, Orthodox, whatever. They all believe in the physical bodily resurrection, like in John, where doubting Thomas is actually to touch his skin. That is not in Mark, and there's not even anyone seeing him in Mark.
Right.
It's just a told that you're just told by the angel, and it ends. And people are probably thinking, I'm looking at Mark right now in my Bible, and it says that it says right here that he met him on the road or whatever. That's in the 5th century manuscripts and later.
Yeah.
So textual critics have pointed out the oldest manuscripts from there is no Mark in the 2nd century. It's John. But anyways, from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th century, there are, and all the manuscripts we have of Mark from that time period, none of them have this 11 verses added, which talk about Jesus returning. So if we want to pull that up, should we pull that up real quick?
Yeah. Okay. And you're going to have to do the maneuvering here, but just to add to your point while you're looking that up, there is a debate amongst critical scholars. This isn't a Christian debate. Christians typically across the board say no, bodily, physical, the whole nine. There is a debate among critical scholars on whether or not the body that Jesus has after death is physical in nature. Sure. We can get into that in just a sec. I want you to continue your thought.
Yeah. And normally on this website, for some reason, this one doesn't have, maybe it's just in the NIV. Maybe if I go to the NIV, go back.
But that notes that it's the longer ending?
Yes, right here. Yes, right here. Perfect. Thank you, NIV, for doing this. So this is the last chapter of Mark 16. Mm-hmm. Jesus has risen. That's today. Easter. This is Easter, right?
Right.
And it ends. The earliest manuscripts for the first 300, 400 years of Christianity, right? Well, I say it should be 300 because the Gospels are written right at the end of the first century. So first 300 years of the Gospels being around, you have don't be alarmed. You are looking for Jesus of Nazareth, who was crucified. He has risen.
Mhm.
He is not here. See the place where they laid him. Go to tell the disciples and Peter, he is going ahead of you into Galilee. There you will see him, just as Jesus told you. Trembling and bewildered, the women went out and fled from the tomb. They said nothing to anyone because they were afraid. And Celsus makes a big deal out of this. Celsus is the first scholar actually to actually address Christianity in the Roman intelligentsia or scholar. Like he's 2nd century, 130s like that. Oh, we got a
super duper.
Let's do this. See, I told you.
Look at your screen.
I'm glad you guys can light me up. I got a new system going on.
Yep.
So I'm just gonna jump out. I already told you when the super chat comes up, especially with a gigantic.
At Constellation Pegasus dropped $99.99.
Did you hear this?
Yes.
Hey Derek, is Wes Huff and Calvinism believing in 5 tulip points? This is nothing short of insanity. So Huff is a scholar, huh? So the church you believing in this also? I've been looking into this and can't believe this theology exists. This is sickening.
Thank you, Constellation Pegasus. You are the king. You've been crowned with the $99 super chat. Wow. And right on topic, by the way, we're talking about what Wes says about this last verse.
Absolutely.
But he actually asked you, hey, Derek, what do you think about this?
Yeah. So real quick, Neal, just so you know, technically wise, there's a double of your logo as you saw, but there's a double in the audio, a brief double in the audio. So just, I don't know, we got to work out the kinks, but everyone, please understand, we don't claim omniscience.
Is it in when I'm talking or just for the super chat?
Only for the super chat. Okay, your talking's fine.
That's not
yeah. So
we can let that rock for now. We'll fix it later.
Yeah. Constellation, thank you. Great super chat. Thanks for the support. Hey, Derek, is Wes Huff a Calvinist? Yes, I believe he's a 5-pointer. But mind you, he's getting so much clout right now and so much attention. He's not leading with 5 points of Calvinism strongly because the implications of that theology are harsh. They are very rough, a very, very powerful-minded God that isn't as empathetic as the typical God that they have. In your question, though, you say this is nothing short of insanity. I believed this as a Calvinist. Huff is a scholar, huh? So the church had you believing this also? When I went down the Reformed camp route, started studying Calvinism, started to understand predestination through their theological and philosophical lens, there is disputes among Calvinists about how to understand God's control and how he is ultimately determining all things to take place. And what they do is they read passages that seem to show ugly parts of God, and they act like, well, God just lifts his grace off of them. That's how they get more bad. Okay. So you're already not able, in their theology, you're already not able to be saved unless God saves you. You can't do shit. You can't even on your own voluntary will say, I believe I'm going. That doesn't happen. Only God can cause it in their theology, right? So when bad things happen, there are other Calvinists like me who read the text versus God hardens their hearts and like actively, proactively causes them not to do the things that you would think God wants them to do, right? Wrong. The text says he hardened Pharaoh's heart. The text says in Joshua, he hardened the people's hearts that were in the land when they were going and slaughtering and genocidally, killing all the people in Canaan. He made sure they didn't repent. He didn't want them to. So anyway, that's the God I started to reconcile with because I was reading my Bible. And
he's also, it says in Isaiah, it says in Amos, it says in Exodus, Lamentations, a couple other places where it says he's the author of evil. He is the author of Ray, which is the word for evil. He creates evil. He makes peace. He creates evil. It says in Isaiah, in Exodus 4:11, who maketh the dumb or deaf or the seeing or the blind? Am I not the Lord? I have hardened his heart, as you pointed out in Exodus 10.
Yep.
And it's like in Amos, it says, I form the light, I create the darkness, I make peace, and I create evil.
Think about this theology too. In Psalm 5:5, right? It says he abhors workers of iniquity. He hates them. Jacob I loved, Esau I hated. That hate is a strong word, and they want to just downplay. A lot of people want to play around this. A lot of Calvinists see that and go, no, it's a problem. So I hope I answered your question there, but yes, we got another. Is it subscriber?
No, subscriber. It's only it's going to go away soon.
Okay,
I got to make those short. Thank you for subscribing. Let's see if I can see the name of it.
Go full
went away. Okay. Sorry. Thank you. Whoever subscribed, thank you very much. Appreciate that. I probably should make those quieter because they're going to happen more often. I can fix that now. But yeah, are you still going on your point about Wes? Go ahead.
I mean, honestly, I just wanted to call out the BS because he's playing soft pastoral language in public. But in reality, when you look at his theology, it is cutthroat. Keeping it real. That's it. It's cutthroat. I've been there. I know what that theology is, but there's a lot of Calvinists who want to play that. My heart tells me this sounds wrong. No shit, Sherlock. I know, Anyway.
Yeah. Real quick on that, let me fix my subscriber before I forget. So I'm going to change that to 10 seconds and make it 8% volume. Boom. Okay. Yes, I agree with that statement. It is kind of it's baffling. And you can see the cognitive dissonance of people trying to defend this, which is what the whole entire institution of apologetics is. Over the centuries of time, people trying to defend the text, and it gets more elaborate over time. And then you end up with today where they have an answer for everything you give them.
Oh, yeah.
Any logical inconsistency, there's an answer to it.
I think the craziest part about this theology just right now, and I'm sure I could find out other ones, is you got to imagine, we hear the idea that God wants to save everyone. He's trying to save everyone. Just accept him. No. He determined who will do what, where they will go, and then you get punished for the thing he made you for. And that's why there's this interpretation amongst Calvinists in Romans 9, where he said, you owe man to answer back, because the hypothetical debater against Paul says, but hold on. If everything happens because he makes it happen, he hardens their hearts, he causes them even before they were born so that his election would stand. Jacob I loved, Esau I hated. He does it all. Then how can he find fault with them? It's a good question. Right. This person asked, and Paul goes,
he'll call you Reddit tier atheist for saying that. Because, the reason why it's been said so much, but it's still true. Like the Reddit tier, the neckbeard, fedora tipping guys are wrong about this. This is one of the things that you can see a lot of theologians and Christians are just tired of answering because it's been said so many times. But it's true though. Sorry, but it's true.
Paul's answer is actually a brain stopper. It says, "Shut up," because he says, "Who are you, O man, to answer back to God? Does a thing formed say to its former or its maker, why have you made me thus? God has the right to make from one lump of clay vessels for glory, vessels for destruction. God made them this way. Shut up." That's what Paul's answer seems to be.
Absolutely. I just remember I didn't see this one. This is before we started. Stephanie Byer dropped the 10. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you, Stephanie.
For the time you took to look at my question. I think this is for you, by the way. Oh, Constellation dropped another one. Oh my God, another one.
Holy Constellation.
Constellation, you are the man.
Holy.
Thank you, Constellation. I really appreciate you. I can't. Let's just put this up for a second.
Yeah, you got to let him bask in the glory of that one for a second. That's the sound of divinity.
$99.99 super chat. I watched a video explaining Calvinism and couldn't finish it because it's nuts. And oh yeah, what's a good resurrection story without contradicting stories?
Yeah, well said.
Well said. Yeah, but
Calvin,
go back.
Calvin.
Don't.
Yeah, you want to come back to this in order? We'll come back to in order. Calvin. We're not going to forget. I just wanted to make sure I'm not hearing you while I'm reading this one. But yeah, back to what you said. This was for you, I believe. Thank you for the time you look at my question the other day. Right? Is that my mistaken? Was it me? Two of the best influences. Even if I disagree with you, and I admire your heart and need for the truth. When I have more cash, I'll buy. If you're low on cash, please just keep your money. Seriously.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you giving 10. I appreciate everyone giving I super appreciate Constellation Pegasus right now.
Holy freaking
I can't even express how much I appreciate
everybody.
By the way, I was wondering where he's been.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a minute.
I think about you a lot, Constellation. I'm not even kidding. Not to be weird, but you've been. He's been not in my chat recently. I'm like, we're having a Constellation. I'm like, I actually wondered. Did he go back to his church? Maybe.
Oh, there were definitely some. So over time, Constellation will come in with some struggles. You know what I mean? He's like, hold on, this is Anyway, yeah.
But yeah, Stephanie, I appreciate your super chat. There's no questions here or anything like that, but I appreciate, and I'm glad that we can engage on this website. It's awesome.
Absolutely. Now, Constellation, again, thanks for that.
Oh, yeah, one more in between. Steve M.
Steve,
on your side.
Thank you, Steve.
If the long ending is a later edition, the short ending seems very short for a chapter. No, actually, not really. There's a lot of chapters that are that short. There's quite a few chapters that are pretty similar size. Let's go back to where we were. Let's see, Mark 16.
If the long ending is a later edition.
Yeah, this is actually not that weird for a chapter. Like if I go to Mark, let's pick a random one. Let's just go Mark 5. Yeah, that's way longer. You're right. That's true. I mean, it's but like it isn't, especially for an ending. Let's see, like Mark 9. Let's see, like this one's not that long. Oh, we got another super chat.
Oh,
we got someone joined. Initiate. Thank you for joining. New member, Ayala Vanal. Thank you for joining.
A time _Vanal has become initiated.
Love it. Love it. Thank you for that. Okay, so you're right. It's shorter. It is an ending, though. Maybe an epilogue might be a good way to put it. I like how you're thinking about this. But like as we're on this, I just wanted to point out since I want to, I didn't get to finish what I was saying before. This is how it ends. Wait, I'm on Mark 9. Mark 16. This is how it ends. It ends very abruptly, but as we're going to get to, I'm going to show you this is actually a common theme in this time of the world, first century, for stories to end like this, with heroes dying, and then there's a mystery of where their body is.
Yeah.
Sometimes an empty tomb, sometimes the body disappears. I think I have 1, 2, 3. I think I have like 5 or 6 examples pre-gospel. I wanted to make sure they're all pre-gospel. One of them's from Plutarch, so it's contemporary. And I have them. So we're going to get to them. I promise you're going to love this. And there's a Hyperborean Jesus coming up. So, but yeah, you're making a good point here. But anyways, the point I was making was it seems like because of like Celsus arguing, not just Celsus, maybe just people in general making a problem out of this. Hey, wait a minute. Mark's gospel doesn't even have a blah, 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 blah. And they fix it. And Matthew's gospel fixes it first. And then obviously Luke and John have it fixed. But then it looks like later on, people wanted to make sure that Mark was going along with Matthew, Luke, and John, and they fixed Mark as well. That's what I think is going on. Right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I would add to it this. Matthew, so part of me wonders if, first of all, Matthew adds, it does a whole different ending intentionally with visionary experiences, whereas Mark doesn't have any appearances after the death, after the resurrection. He is raised or he is risen. And then that's, you get this hint of maybe Mark knows about an appearance tradition, but does not narrate and does not mention the women ever getting that information to the 12. So I have my own speculation.
Here's the key. When this verse right here, if you're a first century, reader of antiquity, you love reading sources from that time. You read a lot of play. You go to let's say you're a avid fan of the theater. You go to a lot of plays. You watch a lot of tragedies. You read a lot of myths. You would know something about this right here. When they looked up, they saw that the stone, which was very large, had been rolled away. As they entered the tomb, they saw a young man dressed in a white robe, and they were alarmed. And Jesus is not there.
Of course.
And I already read this part, but I'm saying the point is he's missing.
Yeah.
His body is missing. That means something in antiquity.
Yeah. What I was getting at though with Matthew is I wonder how many critics who read Mark who didn't believe, like your Celsuses, like your Jewish opponents, and they say, nice try. They stole the body. Duh.
Yes.
Then Matthew creates this story that's trying to address some of this issue. And what do you have? You have them approach the tomb, and you'll notice in Matthew, the stone is still there. When they approach it in Mark, the stone isn't there. But when they roll away the stone in Matthew, because it was already rolled away in Mark, and it's not in Matthew, the body's still missing from the tomb, even when the stone was there. So somebody's probably going, come on. And they don't like that. So now they're fixing Mark.
Yeah.
But your point about this missing body trope, just a shout out to my bro, Richard C. Miller. Highly recommend. Go read his book. He covers this extensive, long history from the Greco-Roman world where gods, demigods' bodies go missing.
Wow, we have another super chat.
Holy shit.
Oh my God. Oh my God. From Constellation Pegasus. He's lighting me up right now. Let's hear what he has to say.
At Constellation Pegasus drops $99.99 super chat. I've actually stopped Bible research. No flood in the exodus of the JFK head shot to everything. Archaeologists, historians and physicists expose it all. I just got tired of going over it and over and again. Thank God for the 21st century and intellectual honesty.
You're right. and you know what? Thank God for going back to Aristotle, Francis Bacon, the scientific method. Well, if you read his stuff, I actually went back and read. I wanted to know how did this guy come about in discovering the scientific method. Well, what does he say? All I did was go back to Aristotle and read what he was saying. He talks about the laws of logic and how to do, he says, inductive reasoning and deductive reasoning, the two different types of reasoning, a priori and all this stuff. And he puts it all together. And even Plato, for how much Plato is at fault, we can say Plato's the reason why we got into this sort of theological dogmatic thinking. But even Plato talks about how he says, every time you inquire for episteme, he says, the way you should do it is you get a thought in your head, which is noetic, noesis, it's thought realm. He says, and then he basically explains, like, then you go and interpret the physical world around you and try to figure out if it maps onto reality. And then you test it. Like, he basically explains, this is in Timaeus, by the way. Mm-hmm. Basically gives you like a little, almost like an archaic version of the scientific method. He always you can see he's thinking that way.
Yeah.
He's thinking like proto-scientist.
Yeah, he made some leaps, but either way, I mean, you got to be thankful for him. I think Fraser did the same thing. We talk about Sir James George Fraser in his book, which a lot of people don't credit him for. He acknowledges our ancestors' false science, which we call magic, and not the magic like David Blaine, but as in like sympathetic magic and homeo. I can't remember the term being used, but it's two forms of magic. And he says it's a false science, but that false science led toward a more rigorous science that we now use today. So he said he's thankful for our ancestors who made bad predictions, connected dots where dots didn't belong, but the method sharpened over time. We eventually realized that doesn't work, this doesn't work, and we got better. And eventually we developed a science that I think is much better. But to Noah's flood, he says, Noah's flood and the Exodus are the JFK headshot to everything.
Yeah, because number one, it's physically impossible for a global flood to consume the entire earth. There's not, I don't know why, scientifically speaking, if there was enough water on earth to cover the whole earth, guess what? We'd be under it right now. That's just the laws of gravity. It would be completely, because the water would be there'd be so much water on earth, we'd be under it. Mm-hmm. The fact that there isn't that much water is why we're not under it. It's that simple. There can't be it unless God magically made it appear or disappear just for the time being. I think some people make that argument. Some of these young earth creationists, well, God gave us, for that time period, he added more water to the earth just for the time being. And then he got rid of it, disappeared. Okay, whatever, dude.
He also made up the dinosaur bones. You know that. Duh.
That's another thing. Is like, if there was an ending of the world in 40 days and 40 nights, you would find one layer where all the animals and all the dinosaurs would be in one spot. Another super chat in the house. Let's see what we got here.
So you're skipping some of them. We got to hit them in order.
Yeah, we're gonna go back. We're gonna come back to this one. Just I guess when it's reading out, I'll just have it up for a second.
Yep.
At Austrian Stories drops $5 super chat. Is drawing down the dragon effectively a Saturnian typhonic channel? I think it's very new age and phonically focused for Greco-Roman mythology.
Appreciate that. We'll get to you in a second. All right. So the one we were on before that was Constellation, the second one.
Well, you already did Constellation, right?
Yeah, we did the first one. This is the second one.
I thought we did that one. It's not.
I think we said we're going to go back to it because you were like, let's not skip. You're like, let's not skip Stephanie. I was like, yeah, let's go back to it.
Yeah. So we did.
Now we're back to this one. He mentioned Calvinism. Did you have any thoughts on that?
I mean, obviously, he's right. I think it's nuts when you start thinking about it, especially when you're trying to understand, like, what kind of God is this that you're now having to worship? And that's why you hear strange things like Augustine talks about, what's the point of praying? Really, it's just whatever his will is what ends up happening. So why are you asking for something when whatever God determined to take place is his will? So you just got to go with almost like fatalism, the philosophical idea of fatalism. You know what that is?
Yeah.
It's just God is going to do what God is going to do. What's the point of asking and communing and acting like you can have this relationship with this being who ultimately determined it all and has all control over everything? So it becomes kind of a crazy idea that you can get into that, but you can tell that the way a lot of the Calvinists, the popular ones are, they try not to portray it that way. They try to see it as like you really are communing and having this relationship with God, and it isn't deterministic in that way. And I think that you run into some walls, and they're trying to negotiate, but then you just said, yeah, we read this. What's a good resurrection story without contradicting stories?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
All of them contradict. Yeah.
Couldn't agree more. So then the next one after this was the new member. Thank you for joining. And then, we saw this one already. So yeah. And then the Bach and Palin Empedocles, yes.
Yeah.
Happy Easter. Jesus is risen in his children with Mary Magdalene. Sangrail. The secret dynasty of the Pella. Yeah, I've heard this story. It's kind of late for my liking. That's why I'm not really too much into it. Look, anything's possible. I think if he really did have children, I think it'd be a little bit more known to the earlier sources, and not just kind of show up as a medieval legend. I think it's even later than that. I don't know. Look, it's interesting. I'm not the biggest fan of this theory, but look, I haven't looked that much into it, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's just that it's so late in the sources that it's something I'm just not inclined to even go towards. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know what to do with all that. I would say, though, that the historical Jesus, had there been a rabbi running around, it would have been probably very likely this guy would have married and had some type of marriage. Whether there were children or not. I mean, when you already have Paul, who isn't even interested in the guy's earthly life, and that's only a decade or two, like, what do you do from there? Like, do you think, like, 40 years later, when the first gospel's starting to potentially be penned, are they really concerned about his offspring when the significant cult leader is he himself? Like, I imagine, I don't know, thinking of a contemporary cult leader, maybe Jim Jones or someone, did they have kids? And if they did, how significant is their offspring? Are they carrying the torch of their dad? Probably not,
Yeah, well said. I agree. Thank you for that. And then we did this one already. Just want to make sure I give
you skipped Handsome.
Another one. That's right. Handsome Cat. Thank you for the 2.
Say hi to
Justin the Messiah on DC Debate Live. All right.
Yeah, thank you so much, Handsome. I just texted him before this stream. I was talking to Justin, so he's on a Yeah,
this one was next. We did this one, so thank you again to Constellation. Appreciate you. Austrian Stories with the 5 is drawing down the dragon effectively a Saturnian typhonic channel. I think it's a very new age, cathonically focused for Greco-Roman. Yeah, the drawing down the dragon's pretty new age. It's not like something very present. It's not something that you find very often in ancient primary sources. I'm sure there's probably something about drawing down a dragon. I mean, you have Alexander the Great facing off with the dragon in the sky. Maybe there's something to do with it. I mean, that's a late story too. That's part of the later version of the Alexander romance. That's not in the earliest version. But I don't know. Yeah, what do you think about it?
I don't know much about it, to be honest. So if I knew more about it, I'd have more to say, to be honest. I mean, yeah, I don't know about this example.
Yeah, it's part of like the whole West esoteric tradition, drawing down the moons, that type of stuff. It's you see this in like the tarot circles for some reason.
Okay.
And a lot of these people with like tarot's not even Greek. It's French. It's from like the 1400s. It's not, there's no ancient Greek sources about tarot. And it's funny because a lot of the New Age crowd are like obsessed with Greek, but they don't even talk about Greek stuff. They're like doing totally Aleister Crowley.
Yeah.
New Age. It's like, are we even doing ancient Greek stuff, or what are we doing here? But anyway,
that guy was wild, bro. That guy was. Oh my gosh, wild.
Yeah, Crowley was out there, man. Crowley was a classicist. Like you read Crowley's, there's the little bit of Crowley that I've read. He knows his sources. He knows his ancient primate. He knows his Plutarch. He knew his Euripides. He knows his ancient Egyptian stuff. He knows his Hermetic stuff. He knew what he was doing. Subscriber just joined. Thank you, Trev, for joining. So I shortened that one up a little bit, so it's not going to be.
Yeah, you're going to get 1 million of those during the streams.
Yeah. And then we have Georgie. Thank you for the 30. Is there a Greek influence? Is there a Greek influence behind the idea that Cain was a demigod? In Genesis 4:1, it hints that Eve slept with Yahweh and conceived Cain.
Yeah.
With the help of the Lord. Interesting. Great. Derek, what do you think about this?
Yeah. Yerzokovich. If you're interested in it's Y-A, I think it's Y-A-I-R Zokovich, Z-O-C-H-I-V-I-C-H, something like that. It's called A Strange Biography of Samson. We kind of briefly talked about this last time, Neal. He covers the most obvious demigod in the Old Testament. That is Samson. The name etymologically is related to Shimshon, or Hebrew is Shimshon, which is obviously related to Shamash, which is the sun god. Yeah. And his birth narrative is the most obvious demigod birth story in the Old Testament. Go read. The redactors are trying to cover over the angel of the Lord. In a nutshell, go read the article. You'll love it. It's free online. The angel of the Lord slept with Samson's mom. Samson's mom never gets named. It's always she's the wife of the husband of, and then they name the guy. But he then covers all of these barren women in this article. Sarah, the various women who cannot have children. They're barren, whatever reason it might be that's described in the Bible. And even Eve, the language sounds like Yahweh causes her to get pregnant himself. And even Francesca Stavrakopoulos, other Old Testament scholars who've read the Hebrew say this sounds strangely literal. Like the God, it's not like today where a woman will go, I got pregnant. The Lord blessed me with a child. Like today we would hear that. We wouldn't think much of it. Mary and the tradition of the divine birth, no modern Christians today are going to use that. That's like already done once. Our Messiah was that way. We don't repeat that. That's back there. But in the biblical tradition, there are hints that Yahweh impregnated Eve with her son, and it wasn't just Adam. So the Hebrew there might be a cover-up going on here.
Yeah. Got to super drop it in right now. I'm going to come back to you, Georgie, in 1 second.
No, you're fine. I think I did answer that.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to make a point on this real quick.
Yeah.
And I'll just do it right now while this one's reading. I'll just stay on this right now.
Thank you for the super chat.
At Gotis Abramovix dropped €5 super chat. What about the Odin story? Kind of a resurrection when it comes to the realm tree/tree of life. Gain knowledge by basically dying on it.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. Is it this one right here? Yeah. So real quick, there's also this character named Tubal-Cain, who's a blacksmith. And some people have pointed, I read, I think it was like a paper that I read a long time ago about there's being some sort of connection with like Hephaestus and even like the Titans. The idea that they're from the line of Japheth, who was Iapetus, would be one of the Titans. So see, they're from son Japheth, right? And so if this word is really connected with Iapetus, the Greek, the Greek mythology, Iapetus right here, then this is kind of, you got an interesting little Greek mythology line going here with the Titans and the metalworkers and whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there might be something going on there as far as deity wise.
There is in Genesis 4, and I'm trying to pull it up, what his descendants did. It describes, this is a different tradition, a different genealogical tradition, who live in tents and have livestock.
Yeah, Tubal-Cain is one of his descendants.
Yeah.
That might be the one you're thinking of.
Yeah. Zobor, Tubal-Cain, who made all kinds of bronze and iron tools. So his descendants clearly seem to be, but it wouldn't shock me one bit. The demigod aspects, we have to keep in mind, editors are working overtime.
If they're making bronze and metalworking, if you cross-reference that with Enoch, another super chat just dropped in. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. These are coming in like crazy. Let me see if I can shorten this. No, that's fine. Let's leave it. I like you guys. Light me up, guys. Light me up.
Yeah, the music's fine, I think.
Yeah, I have it nice and low. Okay, so I'm just gonna wait for this out.
At Constellation Pegasus dropped $4.99 super chat. One last point. Ringwoodite can't save Noah's flood.
Ringwoodite. Why am I not familiar with that? What that is? Look that up for a second. Let's see what that is. Just let me go back. Yeah, as you pointed out, yes. I think we're done with this one, right? The Cain thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that super chat. Evocation is a magical form of propaganda. Stephanie Byer, thank you for the $10. Appreciate that. Titus ends up stealing God as he burns a temple and publishes his own Messiah and divine ruler claim. In a way, this is a form of translation or resurrection. And this is obviously a Roman prov theory. Look, I don't know about Titus or Vespasian being the ones behind the Gospels. I just don't know. That makes a lot of sense to me. But I would not be surprised if people in his court, academics, scholars, scribes, textual people in his court, were in relationship with Josephus and maybe Philo's nephew and, some of the Judeans who are immersed in the Roman intelligentsia. You know how, like, Robin Welsh points this out, how there seems to be like an elitist aristocracy who are into writing texts and into writing new stuff. And this is what I think is going on. So I do think so this is why I'm sympathetic to Roman prov, because I think there might be a little bit of like something going on with that, but it's hard for me to say that Titus and Vespasian were behind the Gospels, because it's like, why give all the credit to a Jewish guy and then there be a mystery that you get no credit for the rest of your existence unless some people 2,000 years later figure out the code. Like, no, it just doesn't this is silly. But yeah, like I said, the idea that there's Roman intelligentsia who are anti-Julio Claudian, and maybe they have maybe they're in relations with people in Egypt and Judea, and they have some sort of connection going on, and they're putting together literary groups together. That would make more sense, I think. So
interesting.
Any thoughts on that?
Yeah. So Titus ends up stealing God as he burns a temple and publishes his own Messiah and divine ruler claim. Yeah, again, I don't think that they would give credit to some nobody from Galilee. I don't think they would do that again. And then, it's secretly me. I'm a nobody, that is being portrayed in the narrative. I have a hard time thinking that this is a secret story about.
You're just right. The Messiah predicted that I would come and take the temple down, and I'm the second coming or something. Like,
yeah,
he could have just inserted himself into the story, but he didn't.
Yeah, I find it odd because even in Josephus, if you count that he mentions Jesus, which it looks like one of them may be authentic, the other one might be partially interpolated, but he still may have mentioned the guy. This character appears in these fictional gospels that we can call biographies, but biographies can be made up too. They had biographies of Homer, and Homer never existed. So here you have this character that shows up in Josephus, and Josephus himself says who the Messiah is. He tells you it's Vespasian. But then he also talks about this character named Jesus. He never says Jesus is Vespasian or gives any hint of that. You have to almost like come up with your own model of imagining that someone else said, I'm going to play this character that appears in Josephus, who isn't really the Messiah. Josephus doesn't believe he's the Messiah, yet I'm going to say that these Gospels do. There's all sorts of other red flags to me. Like, I can't see the Caesar backing the idea that the demoniacs, which are called legion, are being cast into pigs. I cannot see the Caesar thinking his legion, the 10th legion, which had the boar as a symbol, is drowning in the ocean.
Not only that, the idea of like the entire Roman system of religion being it's in contest with the whole Judaic religion. Like the idea that they would put together a text that fulfills the Old Testament and totally shits on all of Roman, Greco-Roman pagan culture, and you would promote that blows my mind that people think that would actually happen.
Yeah.
There's
combine that with the Prian inscription, the Augustus's birth as a gospel, literally an evangelion. They're I guess you'd say what's the right word to say for these emperors? They like to be flattered. It's unlikely they're going to allow a gospel to be under some guy from Galilee.
Yeah,
that's really them. It's just there's
also this makes sense. Yeah. But it's interesting that it's fun. It's an interesting line of inquiry. I'll give you that. It definitely is. So thank you for that, Super. Gatus Abramovic, thank you for the 5. What do you think about the Odin story? Kind of a resurrection when it comes to a realm tree of life, gained knowledge by basically dying on it. Yes. You have a 9-day Odin hanging himself on the world tree, and he dies for the sake of humanity. He dies for the root. He gives the world the runes and the knowledge based on it. And there are a lot of scholars who point out that this might actually be older than the Gospels. The story of Odin hanging on the tree might not be borrowed from the Christians.
Yeah, it's not like trees didn't exist, and then it's not a common thing potentially to have.
And we know God sacrificing themselves and dying is something that's ubiquitous in the ancient world. So it isn't surprising that you find that at all.
It also wouldn't shock me if the story we're told does find a blend of, mythology from some of the cultures that might have been more dominant during the period. That doesn't mean that there isn't some root behind the death and resurrection ideas of that character. So even if we get something later and we go, this might have been tampered with, or it might have been in competition with the Christian ideas that are floating around, that doesn't mean they didn't already have the concept of rebirth, death and resurrection, which is a known thing that Neal was just saying. It's so common. That's why we're doing the stream, actually, because there's so many examples of this wild idea.
Yeah, I'm going to show you in a second. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I can't wait to show you guys this stuff. We're about to get to it soon.
Yeah.
Scott Frazier, thank you for the 10. What do you guys think about the idea of the Axial Age from Carl Jaspers?
I was looking this up. It says 800 to 200 BCE is a crucial turning point in human history when independently and simultaneously major religious and philosophical traditions emerged across Eurasia.
Yeah.
Coined in 1949, this period suggests a pivot toward modern consciousness, universal ethics, and transcendental thinking.
Yes, it's so true. It's undeniable that something happened in this period, not even just in Greece or Italy, because during this time you get Zoroaster, Pythagoras, the Buddha, Confucius, Lao Tzu.
Yep.
Who writes one of the most greatest philosophical religious texts of all time, the
Socrates,
Tao Te Ching. Yes, all these amazing, mind-blowing. Alexander the Great finishes off this age. Basically, he's marks the end of the Axial Age, right around 300 BC, 330 BC. So it's and then you have not just thinkers, but rulers like Cyrus the Great and Nebuchadnezzar and
Alexander the Great. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's dude, what the hell? Something is in the water at this time period. And then what happens right around 200 BC, which if I'm not mistaken, that's the end of the Axial Age, according to Jaspers. Yes, I looked it up, 200 BC. What happens right at that time is you have the Romans defeating Hannibal, Scipio defeating Hannibal, and starting off a new age, which is perfect way to end it, right?
Interesting.
It starts off with the end of the Greek Dark Ages, 800 BC, the Homeric Age, and ends with the Roman period. We got here a 1999 super chat. Wow.
Yeah, Constellation
Pegasus. I thought I shortened. I guess not.
Did you skip his? No, you might have skipped his super chat.
No, it's on here right now.
Oh.
Constellation Pegasus dropped $19.99 super chat. You guys haven't heard of ringwoodite? It has to undergo a chemical change and be released as steam from volcanoes. The oceans would boil off to be released in a short time. Besides, there's not enough to cause a flood anyway.
You're right.
That read it really well, by the way.
You're right. I did skip this one.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I asked you, did you look it up?
I did, and it says ringwoodite is a high-pressure mineral formed from the olivine in the Earth's mantle, 410 to 660 kilometers deep, that can hold up to approximately 2.5% water by weight within its crystal structure, implying a vast deep water reservoir. It does not debunk, but rather has been used to argue against the necessity of a miraculous source for Noah's flood, though the water is physically trapped and not a liquid ocean. And then I was asking, like, how does this debunk? It says how it relates to Noah's flood mechanism debate. Some proponents of the biblical flood story argue this proves the fountains of the great deep mentioned in Genesis, suggesting water was released from the mantle. Take that, you Quran miracle.
Hold on. You know how much water we're talking, though? You know how many gajillions gallons of water we're talking here?
Right.
Like, you know how insane this would have to look like to produce that much water? Because this is like, and I'm not an expert in fucking geology, right? I'm just thinking on the top of my head right now. I could be wrong. But this sounds like this could produce a lot of extra water in a certain region, but not going to flood the whole earth. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
So
I'd like to
would be a
see
miracle.
numbers. I would like to see those numbers, right? Arguments against the flood. So here's what it says. Geological implausibility. Releasing this much water would require geological disruption on a catastrophic, impossible scale. As noted in a discussion, this mechanism lacks scientific evidence.
Yeah, you don't need to be a scientist to think about that. I just thought of that on the spot, and I'm an idiot. So
yeah. I just figured I'd search it just to make sure we're trapped water. The water is not freely flowing, but chemically bound within rocks and cannot simply break out.
Yeah.
So it's ridiculous. Yeah.
That's a good point, though. I'm glad you brought that to our attention, though, Constellation.
Yeah.
Appreciate you tonight, man.
Sorry we skipped that earlier one, Constellation.
Yeah, no, I saw it. I was going to get to it. I just wanted to make sure. Linda Duff became a member. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And another member for both of us, I see. Thank you.
Is it for both, or it might have duplicated it? You sure?
Yeah, whatever. It's whatever. Either way, fine with me.
Either way.
The mother effing Wendy Berg has been a member for 10 freaking months.
Oh my goodness.
And yeah, thank you, Matt. Thank you, Wendy. Appreciate that. We got another one jumping in. Resurrection equals metaphysizing. I think I shortened the graphic, but not the song. I gotta fix that. I want to shorten the song.
Okay. Yeah,
you're quick, boom, boom. So we're not,
we're learning.
Yeah.
At Gottis Abramovix dropped €10 super chat. Resurrection equals the metaphysical idea behind the phenoics. Burning away excess evil, concentration of the one/soul. In Jesus' case, it would have ultimately be giving up material form for a divine one.
Yeah, we're going to go to S. Mill after this. While they're up. Yes. The Phoenix, by the way, people need to know this. Clement of Rome, one of the earliest Christian sources ever, next to Paul in the Gospels, 1st century AD, days around 96 in that period, 90s. He, in his epistle to the Romans, to the Corinthians, his epistle to the Corinthians talks about the Phoenix story. And he talks about how there's a bird called the Phoenix that lives in Arabia who every year flies to Egypt, lays a nest, and dies. And then after 3 years, it resurrects and flies back to Arabia and goes back and forth every 3 years. He tells us this story randomly. He doesn't say it's a fable. He doesn't say it's a legend. He talks about it as if it's really happening.
Right.
And it's funny because in the Gnostic sources, like the Gospel of the Egyptians, I believe is one of them. And there's another one too. There's 2 Gnostic Coptic sources that have the exact same story that we find in Clement. So it almost looks like when you look at the earliest Christian sources, they align with the Gnostic text more than so
that's wild.
That's my 2 cents on that one.
Yeah, it makes me think of Peregrinus Proteus. Let me ask real quick, what bird did Peregrinus?
I think it is the Phoenix.
Send, that's what I was thinking, to Olympus as so Proteus death vulture. But it says this is, or sometimes interpreted as an eagle or phoenix. So yeah, the vulture eagle emerges from the flame, symbolizing a satirical vain reincarnation. I don't know if I read it that way. That's how AI read it. There were early believers who followed Peregrinus who believed he became immortalized, and they saw him as another Heracles or Hercules.
Exactly. Thank you for that super chat.
Yeah.
S Mill, thank you for the 5. Watch at some point. Very good. Harpocrates, Horus, and Isis. Ancients. I just watched her video on this. I'm one of her subscribers. Egyptian Savior is Born. Horus the Child Force story. Yeah, very good recommendation. She actually goes to these sites and films the pyramids and the tombs. Yeah, she's good. She's on site, recording on site, showing all these sites. But yeah, I've talked about Horus, Harpocrates, December 25th, the winter solstice stuff on my channel. I'm the one who's blowing the whistle on that one because it doesn't get talked about. It gets ignored. And you even have scholars like Dan McClellan who will like wave that away and go, well, it says he was born around the winter solstice. So what? So what? What do you mean, so what? You have a source of a god, a divine child, by the way, not just some random god, the divine child being born around the winter peri, which means around the winter solstice.
Yeah, I think that's a big deal.
It's a big deal.
That's a huge deal.
And people are just like, I don't care.
Well, the same thing with nature. That's why we're doing an Easter video, because right now in nature, everyone just went through, at least on the East Coast, I don't know about everywhere else, pollen. We went through fertility. Like nature itself's going through a rebirth right now.
That seems to be the Platonist reconfiguration of the old polytheistic traditions. What's the sort of it was more of a allegory of our world, of the terrestrial world. That's kind of what happens. So let's see what we got for this last is that for your show? Oh, another last point from Constellation.
Have you ever talked about that?
Oh, he's gonna read $4.99 super chat. Another last point. Have you ever talked about the Shamir centipede emoji? Good luck with this one. Take care, you two. I'm done.
Constellation.
Yeah. The Shamir.
Drop the mic. Drop the mic.
You ever talked about the Shamir? I've never talked about it. But can you look it up real quick? Well, and I'll come back to
up what the Shamir is. Yeah, I'm looking it up.
And while you're doing that, I'm going to go to the next one, which was Gaitis Abramovich's Resurrection equals metaphysical idea behind the phoenix. Oh, we already read this one. Yes, thank you for that one.
Yep.
And Grandpa with the super sticker. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Stephanie Beyer in the house with the $10. There seems to be pro-Roman Jews.
Yeah, there are.
Josephus helps create a paradigm of Messiah and Caesar being linked. Divine assembly seems to be something for both mortal gods and gods. I have a book here. Do I have it right here? No, it's not right here. But I have a biography of Tiberius Julius Alexander. And what's the author's name? Daniel something Berg.
Yeah,
I think he's Jewish. But anyways, he wrote the biography of Tiberius Julius Alexander, who's half Jewish, half Greco-Egyptian, and he's the nephew of Philo. He's from like a royal line too. He's related. He's like somewhat related to like the Ptolemies somehow.
Right.
And he's pro-Roman, anti-Judaism. He's a Jew, and he himself. So he was there knocking down the temple with Titus, and he's a Jew. And there was actually a whole legion of these people, according to Josephus. It was like a civil war. Josephus says it's more of a civil war than a war against Rome and Judea. Mm. There was a civil war happening in Judea. So yes, this is why I think Christianity came about. You had a more of a. They're not pro-paganism, but they're anti-Roman, but also anti-pagan. No. They're pro-Roman but anti-pagan. Does that make sense? Like they don't like the polytheistic idolatry shit going on. They're not like following Bacchic cults. They're not, but they like being in the Roman Empire. They love it. They think it's a good place to live. So there is some nuance here about that idea.
It's like today, though. Imagine painting a whole society as one way because you know a certain amount of people hold to a certain idea. And then you realize how nuanced it really is on the ground. Like there's probably people with all sorts of sympathies in different positions. But again, great observation. Josephus helps create a paradigm of Messiah.
Absolutely.
And that is specifically linking it to Caesar. Whereas he says, my countrymen thought, that the Messiah was supposed to come from the lineage of David. They kept searching and hunting and thinking he's going to be from this genealogy. And he says they were wrong. It was talking about Vespasian. The prophecy was about Vespasian. Now, I don't know if that's because at this point he's saving his own ass because he doesn't want to be on the bad side, or if he's already so connected to the Vespasian and won over so much. I mean,
and I think that's a very fair point to point out those sources from Tacitus and Josephus. But remember, Paul is before all this. Christianity already started before Titus knocked down the temple, before Josephus wrote this, before, you know what I'm saying? So unless Nina Livesey's right, and maybe it is later, but like, I don't know if I'm ready to swallow that pill yet. The point is, the Christianity is starting regardless of what Titus does.
Well, we've swallowed plenty of pills, and you never know. Okay,
you never know. I'm open. This is something that I think is very fascinating. I think it's worth looking into. I'm glad you super chatted it. Thank you.
Yeah, I am too.
Scott Frazier with the 20.
Thank you so much.
Would love to see you guys collab with John Vervaeke. Re-engaging with myth might be one solution to meaning crisis.
I agree.
Yeah,
I do. We talk about this all the time. John Vervaeke. Let me look up John Vervaeke real quick here. John Vervaeke. Vervaeke. Okay. Okay. 129,000 subs, and poetry is not optional. So I just subscribed to John Vervaeke, and looks like he's probably having more intellectual, meaning-filled, philosophical kind of shows. Yeah,
definitely something to look into. I definitely appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
So, and then Constellation with the last one about Shamir, and
I looked it up.
Okay.
I don't know if this is right.
Explain that. I'll be right back. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead. So here, I'll go full screen. That way you're good, and it looks better. All right. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Constellation, but Shamir's secret sharing, if I'm not mistaken, it's got a whole Wikipedia page, is the efficient secret sharing algorithm for distributing private information, the secret among a group, first developed by Adi Shamir in 1979. The secret cannot be revealed unless a minimum number of groups members act together to pool their knowledge. To achieve this, the secret is mathematically divided into parts, the shares from which the secret can be reassembled only when a sufficient number of shares are combined. Is that what you're talking about? And if you're in the chat, Constellation, help me out here. So I went and pulled the Wikipedia page up. It's called Shamir's Secret Sharing.
Okay.
I think.
I have no idea, but I'll look into it though.
Yeah, I don't know. If it's not that, I really don't know what it is.
It's a mystery. I think he's trying to send us on a wild goose chase. So yeah. I'll look into it.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Okay, so before you guys lit us up, which I'm very, very grateful of, I was talking about the empty tomb, which is in Mark 16, and how these verses are added. The physical resurrection is added.
Right.
The reason why, and this is, by the way, you got to remember, this needs to be drilled in your head. This is the first time the story is told. So the earliest gospel has no physical resurrection. It's a huge deal. Now, the reason why I think they wrote that, because you're thinking, why wouldn't they just make up a physical resurrection? Why would the author even leave that out? They already made up a whole bunch of shit earlier in the Gospels with miracles and stuff. Why even stop there? Great point. But I'll tell you why. Because this is a trope in the ancient world, going all the way back to Herodotus. And another super chat has just dropped.
It's Constellation Shamir Worm.
Shamir Worm.
Yeah, because I was like, what is this algorithm thing? Okay.
Thank you for that one. Appreciate it.
I have it up, but
Shamir Worm, you got it?
Solomon's Shamir.
Pegasus dropped $1.99 super chat. Shamir worm.
Nice. Okay, I'll look into it.
Got it.
Now, okay, so here's the empty tomb stuff, right? There are countless primary sources of heroes, mortals, or even gods. I'm going to show you all of them. I have like 7 of them right now. And this is from Herodotus going back to 450 BC in book 4, where he talks about the Scythians.
Mm-hmm.
And he talks about a legend of a man named Aristeas. I'll just read it out real quick. There is a story related in a poem by Aristeas, son of Strobius, a man of Proconnesus. This Aristeas, being then possessed by Phobos, that's Apollo.
Yep.
He's possessed by Apollo, visited the Isodones. Beyond, he said, dwell the one-eyed Arimespians, beyond whom are the griffins that guard gold. Literally, the gold guarding griffins is the word right here. Crusophulakis gruphos. Gold guarding griffins. So, okay, that's pretty fucking crazy. There's griffins that guard gold in the far north. And then he says, and beyond these are the Hyperboreans. This is where we're about to get into Hyperborean Jesus time. Hyperborean Jesus time. Here it comes. I told you I was going to bring you Hyperborean Jesus, whose territory reaches to the sea. Except the Hyperboreans, all these nations ever make war upon their neighbors. The Isodones were pushed from their lands. All right, we got a little background what's going on here. Oh, I got to sign in. I hate when this thing signs. I was in the middle of a debate once. And I got logged out. Okay, good.
Oh, that was terrible. Yeah.
Yeah. And then it says by the Arimespians. The Scythians, by the Isidonians, okay, by the way, they would go to war. Anyways, Aristeas who wrote this, I have already said. I will now tell the story of which I heard concerning him at Proconnesus and Cyzicus. It is said that Aristeas, nobly born as any townsman, went into a fuller's shop at Proconnesus, and then he died. The fuller shut his workshop, whatever that means. Shut it down.
The tomb is closed.
So he shuts it down.
Right.
Closes it up and went away to tell the dead man's kinfolk.
Right. He's dead. He's sealed in the shop, just like the stone. Go ahead.
And he tells his kinfolk about the death being spread, and the story gets spread around the city. But it was disputed by a man of Cyzicus who had come from the town of Artiki, and he said he just met with Aristeas going towards Cyzicus and had spoken with him. We got a super chat popping in right now. Let's see what we got here.
Oh, snap.
How much is that? Couldn't see it. Oh, 15. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you.
They said Shamir is a legendary. Oh, it's about to read it, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I dropped 15 Israeli new shekels super chat. Shamir is a legendary driller monster.
Shekels.
Source in Talmud.
It said shekels.
Also,
I love it.
Talk about in the Talmud. Thank you for the stream smile.
Thank you for the 15 shekels, man.
So it's a driller monster in the Talmud, and Phoenix is talked about in the Talmud. Both of them. Interesting.
Oh, consolation, Pegasus. Would you converted to Judaism over there or something? I'm just kidding. No, but seriously though, I appreciate the super. There's your answer. The mystery is solved. Now we know what a Shamir is, because we got. Thank you, appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you for your super. And okay, so back to this legend, right?
Right.
So far we know he's dead, and someone says they saw him.
Right.
While he
on a road.
disputed, the kinsfolk of the dead man had come to the fuller's shop with all that was needful for the burial. But when the house was opened up, there was no Aristeas there. Empty tomb, right? Dead or alive, he was gone. But in the 7th year, after Aristeas had disappeared at Proconnesus, he made that poem, which the Greeks call Arimespia, after which he vanished again. So he returns in a resurrection form, creates a poem, and then disappears. By the way, this poem was existed in the time of Pausanias, because he cites it and it was about the soul's descent and return from the underworld. So I wish Herodotus would have said this. I guess he's assuming that the reader knows this poem. That's what it sounds like, because he says, "Oh, the Greeks now call this poem." I wish he understood that people of 2,000 years from now would have no idea what it means, but we do know. And the poem is about the descent of the soul into Hades and the return. It's literally a resurrection poem. And the guy who died, disappeared, reappears again, writes a poem about the soul's descent into the underworld and return. That's crazy right there, right? Well, let's keep going, though. Such is the tale told of these two towns. But I know it befell the Metapontines in Italy.
Can you zoom in a little more, just so people can see it better?
Yeah. It's just
Sorry,
hard.
I know. I just figure people could see it.
A little weird when you try doing this. Hold on. Okay.
I want people to be able to, yeah.
But this befell the second. This is so 240 years have gone by. A second disappearance. After a second disappearance of Aristeas, as a reckoning made at Proconsus at Metapontium, show me Aristeas. So the Metapontines say, appeared a third time in their country and bade them. So this is 240 years later. He shows up in Italy. He appears and he says, set up an altar to Apollo. And they do this.
And look, his statue's next to Apollo, which is obviously Phoebus, which is hinting at what you were reading before.
The statue of Aristeas, where he said Apollo had come into their country alone of all the Italian lands, and he himself, who is now Aristeas, but then he followed the god and had been a crow. He's the raven, the black raven of Apollo, had come with him. Having said this, he vanished away again. The Metapontines, they say, sent to Delphi and inquired of the god what vision of the man might be. And the Pythian priestess bade them to obey the vision. So now Delphi is getting involved and saying, this is legit. This is literally a dying and rising God who is in your presence. Apollo is telling us this is legit. Listen to it. So
and listen, go up again. Look at the careful language he says. Up at the top of the section right here. Notice it says right here, right? You said, for he said Apollo had come to their country alone of all Italian lands, and he himself, who was now Aristeas or Aristeas. That means Apollo was Aristeas in the flesh. Do you see what's going on here?
Apollo
is Aristeas.
He was possessed by Apollo, but he was a crow of Apollo.
But that's my point.
Right. There is this idea that he's a part of Apollo. Like he's right. This is all Apollo's doings. Yes. Right. That's true. That's true. I definitely agree with that.
Which is also kind of, this struggle of the theology of how do we understand Jesus, and is he just a prophet, or is he a demigod? He's in between, or is he part of what Yahweh's up to? Like that debate, you already see hints of this kind of idea struggling back here in the Greek thought with Aristeas. But I know Plutarch, you have the sources, I'm sure. Plutarch gives several other examples next to Aristeas. He talks about Romulus, Cleomedes.
I'm going to get to it. So you have this one, right? This is the next one from Antoninus Liberalis. And it's 33. 33. Jesus. I don't know. Maybe. Let's see. Here it is. Alcmene.
Yep.
This is told by
I love this one.
After Heracles had passed out of the sight of mankind, I probably should do Heracles first, but whatever. We'll go back to Heracles in a second, because Heracles has his own version of this. After Heracles had passed out of the sight of mankind, Aristeas drove his children from the paternal lands and ruled them himself. The Heraclidae fled to Demophon, son of Theseus, and dwelt in 4 towns of Attica. Aristeas sent a messenger to Athens, threatening war with the Athenians if they did not drive out the Heraclidae. The Athenians did not refuse war. Aristeas invaded Attica. After a line of battle had been established, he himself died in battle. Most of the Argives were put to flight. With Aristeas dead, Hulus and the other Heraclidae and their allies reestablished themselves in Thebes. At that time, Alcmene died of old age, and the Heraclidae performed her obsequies. They dwelled by the Electron Gate, where Heracles led his public life. Zeus sent Hermes, ordering him to steal Alcmene's body and take her to the Isles of the Blessed. It's like heaven in the ancient world. Like,
Right.
It's in Hades, but it's where the good souls go. It's right next to the Elysian Fields. There's a whole map down there. This is where the gods are, the Isles of the Blessed. And give her as wife to Rhadamanthus. Obeying, Hermes stole away Alcmene, the body, leaving a stone inside of her coffin. When the Heraclidae were carrying the casket, they found it to be very heavy. They put it on the ground and took off the lid, opening the lid, get it? The lid of the coffin, like the lid of the stone. And they found the stone. The body was gone.
Right.
They look at this and set up the grove where it now stands.
They found the shroud, but they did not find the body of Jesus. You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
This is the common motif. Here's another one. Ready for this one? This one is of Heracles. So at Canaan, Heracles, wishing to perform a sacrifice, dispatches attendant Lycus to Deianira, his wife. I'm just going to come down a little bit here. Lycus then, in ignorance, no, that's fine. When Deianira learned from Lycus of the love which Heracles had for Iole, she wished him to have a greater affection for herself, and so anointed the shirt, Christed the shirt, with a love charm. I just want to see what the word is for love charm, if I could find it.
Probably a potion or something like a.
Hold on, let me make this. I could probably, if I can see this better. Yeah. So let me see. Anointed the shirt with a. Where was I? Oh, the strength of up here. Okay, with a love charm. Philtero. Okay. All right. Anyways. Yeah. Okay.
This is by the satyr that that he obviously tricks her into saying, "Hey, you know how he keeps falling for all these women? Well, you can have his full undivided affection if you just apply this to, his outfit and, let him put this on his body. If you touch his skin with it, he will stop loving other women and he'll be devoted to you alone."
Yeah.
And she ends up doing it, of course.
Yeah. And said, so Heracles puts the shirt on, and as the strength of the toxic drug began to slowly work, he met his most terrible calamity. The arrow's barb, he carried away the poison of the adder. He became heated, attacks the flesh of the body. Heracles, seized with anguish, he slew Lycus, who had been his servant, and then disbanding his army, returned to Trachis. As Heracles continued to suffer more and more from his malady, he dispatched Lycimenes and Iolaus to Delphi to inquire of Apollo. Here we go. They got Apollo involved again. What he must do to heal the malady. But Deianira was so stricken with the magnitude of Heracles' misfortune that
she,
conscious of error, she ended her life by hanging herself. That God gave the reply that Heracles should be taken, and with him his armor and weapons of war, unto Oete, that they should build a huge pyre near him. What remained to be done, he said, would rest with Zeus. Now, when Iolaus had carried out these orders and had been withdrawn to a distance to see what would take place, Heracles had abandoned hope for himself, ascended the pyre, and asked each one who came up to him to put torch to pyre. This is where it gets crazy. And when no one who had the courage to obey him, Philoctetes alone was prevailed upon, and he, having received in return for his compliance the gift of the bow and arrows of Heracles, lighted the pyre. Immediately, lightning fell from the heavens, and the pyre was wholly consumed. After this, when the companions of Iolaus came to gather up the bones of Heracles, not a single bone was found anywhere.
Body missing.
Body missing motif. There it is. They assumed, in accordance with the word of the oracle, he had passed from among men into the company of the gods. There it is.
It's so obvious,
The
bro.
hero dies. Everyone mourns over him. And then they look for the body and he's gone. And he's a god now. This is what happens. Here is another one. I'm on a roll here. Let's go to Pausanias. Okay. This is Cleomenes. Did you mention this, right?
Yeah, I just mentioned the name, but it's in Plutarch too.
Yeah. Cleomenes killed Aeacus of Epidaurus during a boxing match. On being convicted by the empires. By the way, this is in Livy too. So I just pulled up. I just wanted to use one of the three sources.
Right.
This is a 1st century BC story. So does anyone want to be cute about this?
And it might be way older.
Yeah. We know for sure it's before the Gospels, though.
Yeah.
On being convicted by the empires of foul play and being deprived of the prize, he became mad through grief and returned to Astapaleia. Attacking a school there of about 60 children, he pulled down the pillar which held up the roof. This fell upon the children in Cleomenes, which, pelted by stones by the citizens, took refuge in the sanctuary of Athena. He entered a chest standing in the sanctuary and drew down the lid. The Astapaleans toiled in vain with their attempt to open the chest. At last, however, they broke open the boards of the chest and found no Cleomenes, either dead or alive.
Yep.
So once again, what do you do when that happens? You send envoys to Apollo. So they sent envoys to Delphi, to Apollo, to ask what had happened to Cleomenes. The oracle is always the truth in the ancient world. The response given by the Pythian priestess was as follows. Last of heroes is Cleomenes of Astapaleia. Honor him with sacrifices as being no longer a mortal. Once it's so clear, this is not even up for debate. A mortal dies, his body is missing, and the gods or the messenger of God, angel, whoever, tells the people he has risen. He is a god now.
He is immortal. Yeah. And
that's 4 already.
One comment on that before you get your next source ready, but one comment on that, because I was like, hold on. Anachronistically, our ethics today would look at that and go, what? Deserved to be a god? No, he didn't. He killed 60 kids, right? Well, when you go back in time and you understand how the ancient world operated, pre-Plato, that's why they think the story is way older than what we're getting these accounts in. Pre-Plato, it was not about ethics. It wasn't about are you good or not. This guy might have been an absolute Billy badass boxer for real. And in fact, some modern scientists have analyzed this myth and thought this real guy might have been a real badass boxer, killed his opponent in a combat situation, but because he had been fighting his whole life and his brain, due to the trauma and concussions, went mad and ends up, destroying something that caused all these kids to die. Now, that's reading a lot of history into something we can't even fact check. But either way,
yeah,
the fact that they would deify a person who committed such an atrocity tells you it wasn't about were they good or were they bad. It was more about this guy had superhuman abilities. This guy was doing things that were beyond the average feat, and it deserved honor. It deserved honor.
Apollo was the one who decided he's a god now, and that's it. Doesn't matter what you think. So there you go. That's a very good point that you made there. Now, and it's clear. Like if that last verse wasn't there, people would be going, he wasn't deified. They just lost his body. But all 3 of those sources that I just gave you clearly say, and the oracle or a messenger of the gods came and told them he's now a god. He's no longer immortal. They all are very clear. And here's another version of this story, or of this trope. We have Plutarch, Romulus, Life of Romulus, and this is also in Livy as well, but this is his version. I like his version better, where he talks about deaths of, Scipius Africanus died at home after dinner. There's no convincing proof of the matter of his end, but some say he passed away naturally. And Scipio's dead body, lay exposed for all to see, and all who beheld it informed there some suspicion of conjecture would have happened, whereas Romulus disappeared suddenly, and no portion of his body or fragment of his clothing remained to be seen. This one doesn't even the clothes is gone. But some conjectured that the senators convened in the temple of Vulcan, fell upon him and slew him, then cut his body in pieces and put each portion into the folds of his robe and carried it away. Others think that it was neither in the temple of Vulcan, nor when the senators alone were present that he disappeared, but that he was holding an assembly of the people. I'm just looking at something real quick. Okay. Oh, there's the word ecclesia right there. They're holding the church. Oh, yeah. No, that word, it means assembly. Outside of the city, near the so-called Goat's March, when suddenly strange and unaccountable disorders with incredible changes filled the air. The light of the sun failed, and at night came down upon them, not with peace and quiet, but with awful peals of thunder and furious blasts, driving rain from every quarter. What does that remind you of?
A thunderstorm you're talking about, like
yeah, what does that remind
you? In the
you
Gospels, in the dark clouds that come in, the darkness.
Especially Matthew.
Earthquake. There's earthquakes too, but yeah.
Quakes opened up, the ground opens up, during which the multitude dispersed and fled, and nobles gathered closer together. When the storm had ceased, the sun shone out. And the multitude now gathered together again in the same place as before, anxiously sought for their king. The nobles would not suffer them to inquire into his disappearance. His body's gone, nor busy themselves about it, but exhorted them to all honor and reveal Romulus, since he had been caught up into the heavens and was to be a benevolent God for them instead of a good king. The multitude, accordingly, believing this and rejoicing in it, that's that word, rejoicing, hilaria, right? And rejoicing in it, went away to worship him with good hopes and his favor. This is like faith right here, right? Good hopes and favor. I'm just looking at the words. I'm just looking at the Greek for a second to see if there's anything interesting there. Christou Basilios, a good king. And then it uses kairontos for rejoicing, and agathon proskununtas. Okay, that's what good hopes is. Okay, cool. And his favor. But there was some, it is said, who tested the matter in a bitter and hostile spirit and confounded with the patricians with the accusation of imposing a silly tale upon the people and of being themselves the murderers of the king. Now, here's the part that I really want you guys to see. At this pass, then, it is said that one of the patricians, a man of the noblest birth and of the most reputable character, a trusted and intimate friend. Now, they gave you 3 points of how you can trust him. He's from the noblest birth, he's got a reputable character, and a trusted, intimate friend, also of Romulus himself, and one of the colonists from Alba, Julius Proclus by name, went into the forum and solemnly swore under oath, I'm adding that myself, that's what you would do, by the most sacred emblems before all, that is under oath, by the most sacred emblems before all the people, as he was traveling on the road to Damascus. I'm just kidding. But he's traveling on the road and he had seen Romulus appear. What? The most noblest birth, reputable character, trustworthy man, swore under oath that he saw Romulus traveling on the road to meet him, fair and stately to the eye as never before, and arrayed in bright and shining armor. He himself then, affrighted at the sight, and said, "O king, what possessed thee? What purpose hadst thou, that thou hast left us patricians a prey to unjust and wicked accusations, and the whole city sorrowing without end at the loss of its pater?" Whereupon Romulus had replied, "It was the pleasure of the gods, O Proculus, from whom I came, that I should be with mankind only a short time." Who else says that? I should only be with you a short time.
Right.
Son of man must go to the heavens.
Or even the statement he says in Mark where he tells the woman who's washing his feet, and the Pharisees are like, if he only knew, who she was, and then they're talking about selling the ointment, and he goes,
Selling the ointment.
you always have the poor, but you won't always have the Son of Man. You won't have me.
Exactly. The Son of Man will only be here for a short time. That's something everyone knows. And here he is saying this to him. Who am I that I should be with mankind only a short time? And that after founding a city destined to be the greatest on earth for empire and glory, I shall dwell again in heaven. So farewell, and tell the Romans that if they practice self-restraint and add to it, he's like basically saying, if you guys are Stoics, they will reach the utmost heights of human power. And I will be your propitious deity, Quirinius. By the way, that's the son of Zeus in the Capitoline triad. That's one of the most important gods. That's literally like the equivalent of being Christ. Like, you're the son of God.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Pull up the archaic triad of Rome while you get a chance. The Capitoline triad, the archaic triad. It's one of the two that has Quirinius in it. These things seem to the Romans worthy of belief from the character of the man who related to them, from the oath which he had taken. Moreover, some influence from heaven also, akin to inspiration, laid hold their emotions, for no man contradicted Proculus, but all put aside suspicion and calumny and prayed to Quirinius and honored him as a god. Do you understand what just happened there? His body was missing.
Mm-hmm.
He disappeared. The same old trope that I just gave you guys. And what happens? He comes back. He appears in a resurrection form, and he tells his disciple,
a great commission.
I am here. Here's your mission from now on. Do this, and I will be with you forever.
Yep.
That's just it's the same story.
Eyewitnesses. You've got the thunderclap. You've got omens. There's so much. That's why I brought this up, because he actually parallels charts. There's like 15 things that go on in this Romulus story that parallel with the Jesus story that I find very interesting.
Yeah. The archaic triad. So this was the first triad before the Capitoline triad.
Right.
And who was it? It's Jupiter, Mars, and Quirinius. This is the top three deities you have in the ancient order.
That's
and
Etruscan.
This becomes Romulus. He
Mm-hmm.
becomes Quirinius. So he's the son of God. That's what he is. That's what Quirinius is. He's the son of God. Also Heracles. It's also like Heracles gets linked in with this. He's the son of God. He's that figure.
I have a secret I've never shared with anybody, a connection that I think is really powerful. In fact, you have your lobe, right?
Yeah.
Are you done going through your examples?
Yeah.
Okay. Pull up Virgil's Aeneid.
Okay.
We need to get into something that is just absolutely
let's keep going, dude. Let's keep going. Why not?
Okay, Virgil's Aeneid, book 8. And we're gonna have to start somewhere, because we don't want to go too long, but it's worth reading that leads up to this. So go to around
Book 8. What?
Book 8. Try around 200, and let's move forward from there.
We'll
be reading a few pages. Well, what do you have it like roughly in that area in book 8 around? Let's see. I'm looking at a Fagles translation. I don't know what that translation is there.
Oh, I don't think this is fake. I don't think this is Fagles down here. But anyways,
so it may not have the same English, but you could go to. I'd like to look for the first mention of Heracles. So go to.
Oh, it's right here.
It could be Cacus. Okay, I was gonna say go to Caucasus, because Heracles gets mentioned. Go to hit CACUS.
Right here.
Okay, I can't even see. That's the hard part. Is it's so small.
I'll read it.
Yeah, just we need to get through the cave stuff and get through. He steals cattle, right? He's cattle thief. Go through reading the Caucasus stuff, because they're there for a celebration. In a nutshell, Aeneas, of course, is journeying in Virgil's Aeneid. And he bumps into a people that are celebrating a festival they do every year in honor of Heracles. And they go to share the story behind what Heracles did in order for them to have food, livestock. He's the protector and savior of the world, literally a savior of the world. Now, we need to go through the story of Caucus, because I'm going to parallel that and show you that this parallels the demoniac story in Mark, and the demoniac story in Mark echoes the empty tomb narrative in Mark. It's all a precursor, but go ahead.
Okay, so Caucus hits wits wild with frenzy that no crime or craft might prove to be left undared or untried, drove from their stalls 4 bulls of surpassing form and as many heifers of peerless beauty. And that there might be no tracks pointing forward, the rustler dragged them by the tail into his cave, and with the signs of their course thus turned backwards, the thief hid them in the rocky darkness. Anyone who sought them could find no marks leading to the cave. Meanwhile, when Amphitheron's son was now moving the well-fed herds from their stalls and making ready to set out, the cattle load as they went. All the grove they fill with their plaint, and with clamor quit the hills. One heifer returned the cry, load from the high cave's depths, and from her prison baffled the hopes of Caucus. Are we getting close?
Yeah, keep going, because that prison, that underworld cave, is Hades. It is death. But okay. Keep going. Yeah, this is going to get good.
Just as he shut himself in, bursting with the chains, dropped the giant rock suspended by the iron by his father's craft, and with its barrier blocked the firm stayed entrance. There was a Tyrinthian in a frenzy of wrath, scanning every approach. He turned his face this way, and that gnashing
That's Heracles, but Hercules is the Tyrinthian, by the way.
3 times, hot with rage, he traverses the whole Aventine Mount. 3 times he tries the stony portals in the vein. 3 times he sinks down, exhausted in the valley. There stood a pointed rock of flint, cut sheer away all around, rising above the cavern's ridge, and very tall to see, fit home for the nestlings of foul birds. This is at least sloping with its ridge to the river on the rock. He shook, straining against from the right, wrenching it from its lowest roots, tore it loose, and suddenly he thrust it forth. With that thrust, the mighty heaven thunders. The banks leaped apart, and the terrified river recoils. But the den of Caucus in its huge palace stood revealed, and deep below, darkling cave lay open, just as if through some force the earth gaping open deep below were to unlock the infernal abodes and disclose the pallid realms abhorred by the gods, and from above the vast abyss to be seen, and the ghosts trembled at the inrushing light. On him, caught suddenly by unexpected daylight, pent up in the hollow rock and bellowing as never before, Alcides hurls missiles from above, calling all weapons to his aid, and rains up him bows and giant millstones. So
you want me to read it from my translation? Because it's Fagles, but I could keep going. It is more. It is more, because
there's a lot more going on.
He ends up conquering this monster that's in. He beats death. He goes into the cave. Into the depths of the cave, into the underworld. He defeats Caucus, this demon, this monster, who's a son of Hephaestus. He's a half son of Hephaestus who ends up having to be thrown down here, and he's obviously there's livestock involved. There's a chain involved that he hits the stone which dropped the rock, like you were reading earlier. Well, the man that is the demoniac in Mark, not only is there livestock involved in the Gerasene demoniac scene, where he is in the land of the Gerasenes, he breaks the chains. No chain can hold him. He's in the cave of the tombs. He's in the underworld. This demoniac is in the underworld. Jesus, like Hercules, is approaching a man who is cutting and bruising himself. He is demonically possessed.
Yes.
There are spirits and monsters in this Hades state that he's in. And he approaches him, and they're terrified of him the same way Caucus is terrified of Heracles, the son of God. And when he finally defeats him in a different manner than Jesus, there's a foreshadowing in that demoniac story about the resurrection of Jesus, who enters into those very caves, into that underworld in which the demoniac himself was in.
Here it is right here.
The gospel.
Here it is right here. Here's where he gets called the Son of God, literally. Because after what you just said, he defeats the serpents. It says how he first strangled his grip, the twin serpents.
Right.
It says Juno. So Juno, she's the one who rages. She's the one who's always trying to stop these people. You unconquered one. You with your hand are the slayer of the cloud-born creatures of double shape. Haleus and Pholus, the monsters of Crete, and the huge lion beneath the Mia's rock. Before you, the Stygian lakes trembled. Before you, the warder of hell, as he lay on half-gnawed bones in his bloody cave. No shape daunted you. No, not Typhoeus himself. Towering aloft in arms, your wits did not fail. You, when Lerner's snake encompassed you with its swarm of heads, hell, true seed of Jove,
Jupiter,
to the gods and added glory, graciously with favoring foot visits us and your rights. Such are the hymns of praise, and they crown all with the tale of Caucasus Cavern, the fire-breathing monster himself, and all the woodland rings with clamor and the hills, the sacred rites completed. So, yeah, he becomes the son of God.
So I'm not saying it's genetic necessarily, but there are scholars who have made this argument that story in Virgil's Aeneid, for those who don't know, I have Fagel's translation because it's beautiful, and there's a lot of the set is really, really nice. There are scholars, and if you look up a word, Chris Rosser, and just type mimesis, he's the one who actually identified this, but then I went a little further than him and noticed that there was some livestock involved. He doesn't account for the livestock in his paper. There are other parallels as well that go on between the monster figure, the son of God, him going into the underworld, bright light shining into the underworld. There's constant language about the light, and that happens with Jesus as well. And so whether you want to make a genetic or generic parallel, it's in the air. We know that. If it's genetic, that's just a step even closer. But I saw this and thought to myself, here is another, in a sense, overcoming death, going into death itself and coming back. You could bring up the Alcestis story as well, because Heracles is associated with resurrecting people from the dead, just like Jesus.
He resurrects Alcestis from the dead,
Yeah. So there's a lot going on there. And
I actually want to bring up something about Heracles right now.
Sure.
While we're on it. So let me just share my screen real quick, if I may.
Sure. And by the way, just to Jeremiah's comment, no, they're not livestock. The people that were there were obviously herding swine. So in a sense, they are livestock. They may not be cattle. They are swine, but nonetheless, they're pissed that their pigs, which they clearly raise, are being killed through the act of what Jesus is doing. And what a nice guy. He kills 2,000 animals.
Yeah. Now, the reason why why Hercules is such a big deal is because of what I'm about to show you in my video called Unblemished Lamb. They lied about Easter. If you haven't seen this video yet, it's one of my most proud videos I've ever made. It's in my top 3, one of my best videos, most researched, heavily researched videos, heavy with primary sources. One of the best videos I've ever made was this video right here. I'm so proud of this video. Watch this. Dying and resurrecting at Easter time. Either I'm lying and making all this up, or your favorite seminarian Bible scholar has a lot of explaining to do. And I implore you to fact check everything I'm saying. I also am not even close to being done yet. There is overwhelming data to support that Melkart, like Osiris, Tammuz, Romulus, Ishtar, Eshmun, Attis, Adonis, Persephone, Huankinthos, Orpheus, and Dionysus is a dying and rising or katabasis hero who is venerated at the spring equinox. The peer-reviewed book, Phoenicians and the West, Politics, Colonies, and Trade, by Professor of Archaeology Maria Eugenia Aubet, states, Melkart played the central role in the Phoenician Spring Festival, during which he died and was resurrected. And bam! Who's Melkart, Derek?
Heracles.
Spring Festival.
Boom.
And he died and resurrected. PhD. Archaeologist, professor. What do y'all like? Here we go. You guys want credentials on this? You guys think this is all fringe? It's not.
No, I love this stuff. I think that's amazing. Finding it, connecting it to Easter. I mean, come on.
Look what else. I go further. Here we go. Annual festival during the same week as Easter, Passover, and Roman Hilaria was the annual spring celebration of Melkart's resurrection. This is supported by Josephus, who also cites Menander of Ephesus, saying he also went down and cut down materials of timber out of the mountain called Lebanon for the roof of the temples. And when he had pulled down the ancient temples, he both built the temples of Heracles, Eshmun, Melkart, and that of Ashtar. And he was the first to celebrate the resurrection of Heracles in the month of Peritius.
Dude, pause that.
Joseph
Get that source back up. Hold up, bro. Because I
uses
love
the
this
Greek
source. Bro, Antiquities of the Jews. I've been reading the hell out of it, getting ready for my debate this Friday. Jews 853. I'm pulling it up right now. Book 853. And
he literally uses the word agersis,
which is to raise. That
It
is
means
literally
resurrect. It means
resurrection.
resurrect. It's in the Gospels.
Come on, bro. Come on.
Look here. Let me find Strong. Here, this is from Strong. I'm just pulling up Strong.
Yeah, pull it up. Pull it online. Let them see it. Let them see it for themselves.
So it's biblically based, and this is what. Oh, I got a super chat. I think so. I'm hearing something going on.
I see a super chat on up here.
Well, 1 second. We'll get to it in a second. Okay, so here it is. Agersis. Look.
Yep. Resurrected. Now show the Josephine source.
Okay, Matthew. After his resurrection,
Yep.
Agersine, they entered. What else? There's more. It uses it more often than that. It uses it a few times. Anyways, so let's go back to the source then. Now that we know what that word means,
right?
Now that we know what that word means, let's watch this. In the month of Peritius, Josephus uses the Greek word agersis for Heracles, which is the same word Matthew uses for resurrection of Jesus. Meta 10 agersin to aselthin, and coming out of the graves after his resurrection, agersis, they went into the holy city and appeared to many. The Christian scholars who translated Josephus. So this is back to what I said. This is the word they use. They're first to celebrate the resurrection, agersis, of Heracles in the month of Peritius. So
that's powerful, bro. This
is Easter. This is the origins of Easter, and this is in Phoenicia.
So this is interesting because a lot of people I've seen, there's some people online who've tried to say that Ishtar has nothing to do with Easter. And notice what it says in Josephus, where you just quoted it. Pull up Josephus so everyone can see it for themselves, because Ishtar is brought up with Melkart in that context of an Easter celebration
or Astarte.
Astarte, Ishtar,
which is pretty much Ishtar. Yeah.
Same thing.
So let me do. Is it in Antiquities?
Yeah, and it's Antiquities, Book 8, Chapter 5, Section 3.
Got a super. Oh, there's two of them.
I don't see a super on my end. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I see it.
I'm going to that side. I'm going to that side right now. Book 8.
At Gotis Abramovix dropped 10 euros super chat. Last stream mentioned Chiron Sagittarius myth healer guy. Asclepios story is interesting. He tried to resurrect PPA. Is there anything in Christian stories about not allowing resurrection? Like a no-no?
Huh.
Is there anything in Christian stories about not allowing resurrection?
Right, because Asclepius gets zapped by a lightning bolt because he's taken away all the dead who are going to Hades. Hades complains to Zeus and says, dude, nobody's coming here.
Yeah.
Your dude is like resurrecting and keeping everyone from dying. Ultimately, he's keeping them from entering into the underworld. So he zaps them. It doesn't seem to have a no-no from what I understand. I mean, Jesus is healing Lazarus.
Yeah.
Interesting exploration.
He comes in the name of the Father. So there's like an implication that he's doing the will of God. It's not against. You're right. There is a different attitude towards these rituals. Yeah, that's a good point, though.
Yeah, it's worth exploring. Like, is there any taboo for resurrection? I don't know.
Then again, that Asclepius story is rare because the other resurrection stories, you don't have that. They just do it.
Yeah. I wonder because John is the only gospel that gives a resurrection narrative for Lazarus. And if you read the synoptics, the reason Jesus gets put to death is for cleansing the temple. He gets himself in trouble doing some political stunt. But in John, I'm wondering how close the Lazarus scene of resurrection is close to his death. And you kind of wonder, is there a chance that he's condemning Jesus for, I'm total speculation here, but like,
well, when Isis resurrects Horus from the dead, for example, in Diodorus's account, it says right here, furthermore, she discovered the drug which gives immortality, by which she raised from the dead her son Horus, who had been the object of plots from the Titans. He's Dionysus, who gets ripped apart by the Titan. Right. And she resurrects him. And then it says, giving him his soul again, also making him immortal. It doesn't say anything. Like the idea that gods are against this is only with Asclepius.
Right.
I don't see it anywhere else. I actually have no idea if there's any other examples of that.
I want to look up and just see, has any scholar looked at, has any...
While you're doing that, Victor Engelman, thank you for the 2.
Yeah.
Inanna arguably died on Akitu. She did. Yeah, this is the winter celebration is Inanna. I talked about this in my video. Actually, I could pull that up right now. It's part of my video where it talks about like the descent of Ishtar and how she resurrects 3 days. She's dead for 3 days. Let me show you guys that right now while you're looking that up. And then we'll go back to, is Ishtar mentioned by Josephus? You know what I mean?
Yep.
Ugalana, the bowl of heaven has died.
Who's that?
Witness the funeral rites. It says, quiet, Inanna, the ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned. Ereshkigal, queen of Hades, responds to her sister, Ishtat. The Anunnaki, the judges of the underworld, surrounded her. They passed judgment against her. Then Ereshkigal fastened on Inanna the eye of death. She spoke against her the word of wrath. She uttered against her the cry of guilt. She struck her. Inanna was turned into a corpse, a piece of rotting meat, and was hung from a hook on the wall.
Similar to Jesus, the text specifically states that Ishtar is dead for 3 days and 3 nights.
When, after 3 days and 3 nights, Inanna had not returned, Ninshubur set up a lament for her by the ruins. She beat the drum for her in the temple. She circled the houses of the gods. She tore at her eyes. She tore at her mouth. She tore at her thighs. She dressed herself in a single garment like a beggar. Alone, she set out for Nippur and the temple of Enlil.
Once again, it is Enki who saves the day, Inanna's father god Enki, who creates 2 Gala, 2 eunuch beings created neither male or female, to aid her in returning to Earth. The Gala enter the underworld like flies, and following Enki's specific instructions, attach themselves closely to Ereshkigal, the queen of the dead, is seen in distress.
From under his fingernail, Father Enki brought forth dirt. He fashioned the dirt into Kurgara, a creature neither male nor female. From under the fingernail of his other hand, he brought forth dirt. He fashioned the dirt into a Galater,
She's dead
a creature
right now.
neither male nor female. He gave the food of life to the Kurgara. He gave the water of life to the Galater. Enki spoke to the Kurgara and Galater, saying, go to the underworld.
Eat my flesh.
Enter the
drink my
door
blood.
like flies.
Right?
Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld, is moaning. Ask her only for the corpse that hangs from the hook
And she's
on the wall.
crucified. She's hung
One of
on
you
a-
will
on a-
sprinkle
on a
the food
wooden-
of life on it.
You know what I mean?
The other
Mhm.
will sprinkle the water of life. Inanna
Inanna
will
will
rise.
arise.
The Kurgara and the Galater heeded Enki's words. They set out for the underworld. Like flies, they slipped through the cracks of the gates. They entered the throne room of the queen of the underworld.
It is the 3rd day that Ishtar is raised from the dead, as Enki, who is God the Father, sends down his angels, the Gali, to raise up the savior goddess Ishtar from the dead. And she is raised up from the dead, and the dead are raised with her.
Ereshkigal said, speak then. What do you wish? They answered, we wish only the corpse that hangs from the hook on the wall. Ereshkigal said, the corpse belongs to Inanna. They said, whether it belongs to our queen, whether it belongs to our king, That is what we wish. The corpse was given to them. The Kugara sprinkled the food of life on the corpse. The Galater sprinkled the water of life on the
Eucharist
corpse.
has been eaten.
Inanna arose.
As Ishtar is raised up, the crops and
Powerful,
trees are also
deep
raised
tradition.
up. Her sister, Ereshkigal, the queen of heaven, tells Ishtar that someone will need to take her place.
Anyways, that's okay. So that's the oldest version of it, right?
So I found some shiznit. That last super chatter.
Yeah. Before I forget, though, I want to go back to Josephus. Remember, because you mentioned, moreover, because this is right after the plot. This is right after he talks about that, or maybe right before.
You're talking about the Melkart Ishtar.
Pulled down the ancient temples and erected new ones to Heracles. That's Melkart,
right?
And Ishtar, Astarte.
Come on, bro.
He went to celebrate the awakening. There it is. There's the word of Gersis again.
Yep.
And Gersin
To resurrect.
Heracles. But it's also Astarte. You know what I mean?
Yes, both.
So it's Ishtar and Dumuzi. That's what it is.
It's the same recycled story that is getting passed down in different cultural languages, and it's picking up snowball effect, picking up different things. But you know what's really, really interesting about that last super chat pertaining to, are there analogies? And we have to bring this up. Last mentioned Chiron, Sagittarius myth healer guy. Asclepius' story is interesting. He tried to resurrect people. Is there anything in Christian story about not allowing resurrection like a no-no? In First Apology, and I can't share this screen because it's over here. You might want to pull it up yourself, Neal. 1 Apology 22.
By who?
It's newadvent.org. First Apology 22.
Oh.
Justin Martyr.
You can pull it up?
I can't. It's on my other computer. But I could read it.
You can't look at. You can't use the internet.
1 APO on my laptop. It's more difficult with this mouse. I have to like scroll across with my finger and stuff.
Okay, is this the right one then?
It's 1 Apology 22. Yep, go down to 22, chapter 22, and you will find. I just put in ASCU. Oh yeah. There you go to the bottom of that chapter right there. Look at what he says. Go scroll up a little bit more. The last sentence of that chapter.
The last sentence of the chapter is right here.
Yep, it's blocked by the super chat. So let me move the super chat.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
So read it. No, you're good. And if we affirm
that he was born of a virgin, accept this in common with what you accept of Perseus,
right?
Who was born of a virgin, and in that way we say that he made whole the lame, the paralytic, and those born blind. We seem to say what is very similar to the deed said to have been done by Asclepius.
It's bingo, right? Well, there's a scholar named Francis Flannery by James Madison University, and I'm not going to read all of this, who argues that in the late 19th century, Adolf von Harnack, who's a well-known scholar, anyone who knows a little bit about critical scholarship has heard this name, noticed so many similarities between the portrayal of Christ and the divine physician Asclepius that he concluded, quote, Christianity is a medical religion, end quote. Some early church fathers certainly viewed it this way, including Ignatius of Antioch, who spoke of Jesus Christ, our doctor. In his Ephesians 7:2, since Harnack, several scholars have cited evidence.
Oh, Ashmun, dude. Ashmun.
Yo, you got to get to that guy.
Yeah.
There's a lot more on this Asclepius Jesus stuff, is the point.
Yeah, and look at oh my God! Now you guys got to watch my Easter video. Well, I'm gonna kind of skip. This is like a huge part. I talk about Ashmun. After I talk about Osiris, I talk about Ashmun and how he's like this god he has like the caduceus and the serpents and all this stuff. He's a healer and Melchizedek and all this stuff. And then I get into the cult of Asclepius, the Therapeutai, and the Orphic incubations. So we'll just play a couple minutes.
Canaan.
That music, bro. That music.
I love this song, yeah.
Eshmun is a healing god from Phoenician and Canaanite mythology, often associated with medicine and health. Like Shesmu and Tammuz, Eshmun is also connected to the themes of life and death. However, his primary aspect is a god of healing and restoration, and was considered to be the Asclepius of Beirut. By Byzantine historian Damascius, the link between Shesmu and Eshmun is more thematic than direct. as both are oil deities that can be seen as agents of transformation, Shesmu, through the alchemical processes of creation and destruction, and Eshmun through the restoration of health and life. While they operate in different pantheons, cultural contexts, the underlying motifs of life, death, and resurrection are central to understanding their roles and functions within their respective mythologies. It is tempting to see a link in the names, since both come from Afro-Asiatic branches of language, but this is unclear. Eshmun is a deity from the Phoenician pantheon, primarily worshipped in the ancient cities of Damascus, Sidon, Tyre, and Beirut, as well as in the West, with temples in Carthage and Spain as well. He is recognized as the god of oil, healing, and medicine, often associated with the Greek god Asclepius, due to his similar healing attributes. Eshmun holds a significant place in Phoenician religion and mythology, embodying themes of fertility and resurrection, reflecting the interconnectedness of life and health in ancient Near Eastern cultures. Two Phoenician kings, Ashmanazar II, bear the name which translates literally as Eshmun saves. The name Eshmun is Phoenician, taken from the Akkadian Yasamuni, which means oil, but also can be a pun that can mean the eighth, as the word shmoneh in Hebrew is eight, and shmon is oil. Interestingly, the Christ means to anoint with oil. And according to Hippolytus, the gematria of Jesus in Greek is 888. Even if that's a coincidence, it still should be noteworthy. One of the most notable myths involving Eshmun.
In this video, I'm going to be making a 3D...
Get paid, baby!
Yeah, I guess so.
Story of his interaction with Astarte, the goddess of fertility,
There it is. There she is.
love, and
There she
war,
is. Astarte.
who is equivalent to the Mesopotamian
Shows up in
Ishtar
his myth. She's in his
and the
myth.
Canaanite Anat.
Yeah.
Astarte
She's the one who resurrects him, just like in the other story.
is one of the chief deities in the Phoenician pantheon, embodying the vigor and
She's like the
reproductive
Holy
essence
Spirit,
of
no,
nature.
she is.
According to the myth, Astarte fell in love with the young, beautiful hunter Eshmun, just as Ishtar falls in love with Tammuz, but more closely to Aphrodite, falling in love with Adonis, who was a mortal turned demigod. To escape the advances of Astarte, Eshmun fled, and then in his desperation to avoid her, castrated himself with the sword. This act led to his death, or in some variations, to his transformation into a god, specifically the god of healing. Astarte, grieved by the loss and moved by his act, then either resurrects him or assists in his transformation into a deity, solidifying his role as a god of health and healing. Like Adonis, Eshmun is a beautiful hunter in youth, adorned by Astarte Venus. Like Attis, Eshmun castrates himself and dies out of madness over the goddess. Like Tammuz and Osiris, Eshmun is mourned over by the goddess. And like Asclepius, Eshmun has the power to heal the sick and raise the dead.
Link between all
Damascus writes,
telling you.
the
If we just
Asclepius
had
in
more
Beirut
Phoenician
is
stuff,
neither a
you know?
Greek nor an Egyptian, but some native Phoenician divinity, or Tusidic, were born children who are interpreted as the Dioscuri or the Cabiori. In addition to these was born an eighth son, Eshmunus, who was interpreted as Asclepius. This passage by Damascus is backed up by a fragment from Philo of Byblos from the 1st century, who cites an even older text by Sanchoniatin that says that Eshmun is the son of the god Sidic,
I want to skip ahead
which means
a little bit.
righteous.
Yeah.
A god who was a Platonist could very well be the proto-Christian Gnostics. Philo goes on to say this about the Therapeutai. Now, this class of persons may be met within many places.
So I have a theory in this video that there's a group of proto-Christians, they're like healers, called the Therapeutai. And not only does Philo talk about them, and by the way, they're called Eshim in Hebrew. Ashim, like Ashman. What was I going to say? Philo talks about them a lot, but Eusebius says they are Christians. That's what he says. He says they're just Christians.
He said that about Plato too.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Which is beyond the Mariotic Lake. These therapeutics
maybe they're a known, movement before Christianity.
But we're all over the nation, according to Philo.
Yeah, I think so.
And since we can't really identify them outside of Philo's writings, then who exactly are they? As I've already suggested, the Gentile worshippers of Theos Hypsistos, God Most High, is certainly a candidate. But also, since they are healers and physicians, I think another place that we should look is the cult of Asclepius, also called Ophiuchus, the serpent bearer, to where we get the symbol of medicine from. The biggest temples to Asclepius are the Asclepion at Pergamon in modern-day Turkey, right next to the second biggest library in the Roman Empire,
I just
and
said
a hotspot for early Christianity.
That's
the
what they are.
sanctuary of Asclepius
They are the-
at Epidaurus, which Pausanias connected with the god Eshmun. Then you have the Serapeum in Egypt, which was considered sacred to Asclepius as well, since Serapis was a syncretic deity linked with Osiris, Asclepius, and Ion Plutonios. And then there is the Asclepion of Carthage, which is actually a temple dedicated to Ashmun Melkart, a syncretic deity linked with Ashmun the physician and Melkart, who is the Punic Heracles.
Let me just pause this for a second. I want to share something. I want to share what this person just said. So look at this. Essenes in Hebrew, a lot of people don't know this. They're not. We get from the Greek essenoi, so that's where the N comes from. But in Hebrew, they're Ashim with an M, Ashim. So it's very similar to Ashmun, like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Ashim. It's with an M.
I wonder if any scholars have seen a relation between the Eshmun and Essenes. Let me ask, see if we've got anything.
I don't know. That's a good question. That's a great question. I would love to find something like that. I don't know. That might sound like a stretch, but the name, I'm thinking of the name etymology, not the group. Right. If you could find that'd be fucking crazy. But I'm just talking about the name, the word, the actual etymology.
Yep.
Dying and rising deity, who I will get back to shortly. The 1st century AD pool of Bethesda, described in the Gospel of John, where Jesus heals a lame man in chapter 5, was found by archaeologists in 1964 to be a part of an Asclepion and a shrine dedicated to none other.
That's right there in
Ashmun.
Bethesda, dude. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Where Jesus was healing people.
You were there.
Yeah.
2nd century BCE Sardinia, written in Latin, Greek, and Punic, also identifies Eshmun with the Greek Ophiuchus and the Latin Asclepius. Ophiuchus, the serpent bearer, is the ancient 13th constellation that is on zodiacal ecliptic along with the other 12 traditional.
Did you know that Asclepius or Ophiuchus is one of the constellations that's on the zodiacal the zodiacal plane? There's only, there's 12 constellations on the zodiacal plane,
right?
Well, there's actually 13 if you count. Ophiuchus is sitting right in between Scorpius and Sagittarius,
right?
So it's like Jesus among the 12 disciples. Isn't that crazy?
It is.
And it's just one of those things that a lot of people don't even know.
Zodiac constellations of the Greeks and Babylonians. This constellation of Ophiuchus was that of a man holding a rod entwined with a serpent and standing on scorpions and snakes. This imagery seems to be apparent in Luke's gospel as well. Behold, I give you authority to tread on serpents and scorpions and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall hurt you.
I think that's a pretty. This is my theory. I didn't get this from any scholars. This is just me saying the fact that you have this verse and he's talking like scorpions and serpents, and Ophiuchus just happens to be a constellation holding a serpent and standing on scorpions.
Right.
So I think there's a strong case he made that this is some sort of reference to the constellation.
Could be.
In the book of Numbers, Moses held up a bronze rod with a serpent coiled around it that worked as a magic wand that could heal people from poisonous serpent bites. Then the Lord said to Moses, Make a fiery serpent, and put it on a rod, and it shall come about that everyone who is bitten and looks at it will live. So Moses made a bronze serpent and put it on a rod, and it came about that if a serpent bit someone, and he looked at the bronze serpent, he lived. Numbers 21. This was also drawn from in the Gospel of John. When Jesus is on the cross, he is compared to the serpent on a cross in the wilderness. Just as Moses lifted up the snake in the wilderness, the Son of Man
He's the healer
must
God,
also
man.
be lifted up.
Right.
This passage,
By the way, his name, I'll play this and I'm going to pull something up in a second.
would become central to some early Christian groups, such as the Nassenes, Ophites, and Sethians, who I shall touch on later when it's relevant. To the ancient Greeks, this constellation represented the god Apollo himself, struggling with a huge snake that guarded the Oracle of Delphi. Later myths identified Ophiuchus with Laocoon, the Trojan priest of Poseidon, who warned his fellow Trojans about the Trojan horse and was later slain by a pair of sea serpents sent by the gods to punish him. The Romans marked this constellation as the healer god Asclepius, Apollo's son, who learned the secrets of raising the dead, healing the sick,
Hold on, I got to
and
find
keeping death at bay after observing one serpent bringing another healing herbs. To prevent the human race from becoming immortal under Asclepius's care, Jupiter killed him with a lightning bolt, but later raised him up into the heavens to honor his works as a god.
I just want to I'm going to show you some crazy.
The famous symbol shared by Asclepius, Eshmun, and Ophiuchus is the symbol of the serpent on the rod, the universal symbol for health and medicine. The priest of Eshmun, as well as Ophiuchus and Asclepius, would be the most educated class of priests, arguably on the entire planet during this time. The pre-Socratics,
Here it is.
such as Parmenides and Pythagoras,
All right, so this
were not only well-known philosophers, but also...
Do you get what's going on here?
Yes.
There's a whole class of ancient, like pre-Socratic, even going into the Platonists, who are into healing and they worship Apollo and his son Asclepius. Those are like the major two gods of their cults. They're healers, but they're also like monists. They also worship one god. So it's weird. It's weird how much they line up with Christianity. John, check this out though. This is the hymn to Asclepius, the Orphic hymn to Asclepius. Now I don't know if you can't read Greek, right?
No.
It's fine. The first word, yeter. This is the first thing that's said immediately off the rip in the hymn to Asclepius, iota, eta. And the ter is a stem, like pater, nater, you know what I mean? Like, or soter, savior.
Right.
Ter is just a stem. The word is yea.
Like yea as in Yahweh, yea.
Jesus.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But it means healer. So let me show you what it means in Greek. Now, in Hebrew, it comes from Yahweh. You're right. The word Jesus is a Greek rendering of Yeshua. Fine. But what I'm saying is, what would it sound like to a Greek hearing this for the first time? And I can even prove this to you. I even have Greek sources. Look at, okay, so this is from the LSJ. It says the word Yeios, there it is right there. Yeios means it's an epithet of Apollo. It means invoke with the cry, yay. It's a chant for Apollo.
Which makes perfect sense, especially he's the son of Apollo.
Yes. Yes.
And yet if Apollo etymologically overlaps somehow with Yahweh in some, that would be quite ironic, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and then check this out. Oh, that's the one I just showed you. Okay, hold on a second. There's another. I just want to show you another epithet, another word. The word "yea" by itself, not "yeter" or "yeios." It means exclamation of joy, and it says used in the cult of Apollo. So this word "yea," look at "yea pion" for Apollo. So the word "yea" means something in Greek. So when you have a healer named Jesus in Greek, when his name's Jesus, the Greeks are going, and he's going around healing people.
668 dropped $5 super chat. Kind of off topic, but have
Thank you.
either of you heard the song Pneuma by Tool? It's a great song to check out. if you
Yes.
haven't.
Amazing. I work out with it all the time. Do you
Yes.
not-
Now I want to show you something real. One more thing, real
By the way,
quick.
we got one super chat you missed though, just so you know.
I'll come back to it in a second. I want to finish my thought, and I'm done. After this, I'm done anyway. So where is it? Let me see if I can find
And
it.
I found something on the Essenes thing when you're ready.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So in the Gospel of Bartholomew, which is a 3rd century text, I want to say 3rd century, maybe something like that. It actually says, I'm trying to find the quote. If I could read it to you. Verse 13. Hold on. Verse 13. I think I could find the text right here. Gospel of Bartholomew. Heal. Well, okay, I'll just read it to you because I have it in it's a message from somebody, from Stephen, actually. And it says, if I can just read it to you right now, for some reason, I can't pull up this link.
Okay.
But it's from the Gospel of Bartholomew, and it says, hold on one second. It says, here we go. The Father called me Christ. This is Jesus talking to Bartholomew. The Father called me Christos, that I might come down upon earth and anoint, every person coming into the world with the oil of life. Ashman Asclepius, right?
Right.
And then it says, but he called me Jesus, that I might, heal.
Right.
Yeter. So, Yaomai. It's actually not Yeter, Yaomai. Every sin I might heal, every sin of those who are in ignorance of God. So, okay, why am I saying this? Because if anyone has any doubt that what I'm saying makes sense about the yay stuff, because some of these like scholars don't think like this. They're going, it came from Yeshua. Shut up. It's not nothing to do with Greek. Well, a 3rd century gospel is making the connection that I'm making.
Right.
The author of the Gospel of Bartholomew is literally saying, I was named Jesus so that I would go and heal people.
Right. And then look,
Playing off the Greek.
We brought up a father. And there was other Ignatius we didn't read, but many fathers saw Jesus as not just a healer, like we think of him, he went around and healed people, but as Asclepius. Like they identified him like that. So yes, I agree with you, especially once it's come in contact with a culture that isn't exclusively isolated from that broader world. Jews were already Hellenized prior to Christianity. So I think it's really unfortunate there's still a vestigial kind of bifurcation between Jewish world, Hellenistic world in this time when we're reading Christianity, when it's deeply Hellenistic. I mean, there's so much material in there that you can say, hey, they're so Hellenistic that they only use the Greek Septuagint. I mean, think about that. Like even their sacred scripture has to be quoted from the Greek. You know what I mean?
Here's the translation from the Gospel of Bartholomew, just so anyone's wondering. Look, Gospel of Bartholomew, it's from this. But anyways, it says it right here, verse 65. When he prayed to Jesus, when thus prayed, Jesus said to Bartholomew, my Father did name me Christ, that I might come down to earth and anoint every man that cometh unto me with the oil of life. And he called me Jesus, that I might heal. And it's literally playing off the Greek word for Jesus. Right. So it doesn't matter. The point I'm making is it doesn't actually matter where the name Jesus actually comes from.
Yeah.
It comes from Yeshua. We know that. That's game over.
Yeah.
It's in the Old Testament. Joshua.
Abramovix dropped €5 super chat. Weren't the words son and son exchangeable back then?
No.
Makes the God of the Son and his Son just the more exchangeable and mostly implying types of teachings.
That's more of a zeitgeist.
Eus is son, and then Helios is, so they're not. It's not the same. It's like it's barely even close.
Yeah, but
And-
to your point, though, you could go
Yeah,
to
no,
Matthew.
exactly what I'm saying.
Says his name shall be Jesus.
Let me finish that point. My point was, it doesn't actually matter. The Old Testament, clearly, the word Joshua means Yahweh's salvation.
Right.
And it's all, the Zechariah has, we already have people named Jesus in the Greek Septuagint and have nothing to do with healing at all. But when the Gospels are written for a Greek audience, when they hear that name Jesus and he's going around healing the sick and curing the blind, they are going to make a connection to Ye, which is an epithet of Apollo, and Asclepius. Ye, Yeter, Yeyos, and just Ye by itself is an exclamation in the cult of Apollo.
Right.
It's like Yao is in Dionysus. So there's a lot of shit going on, dude.
Yeah. I would just go to Matthew. If you wanted to see how Matthew's using it, he does mention he shall be called Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins. But here's the thing, even in that context, notice how Bartholomew interpreted that in the 3rd, 4th century, whenever that was written. Notice how he says, go back to that source in Bartholomew, because he says, heal them from their sins. From not knowing the truth of God and stuff like that. So you kind of wonder, is Bartholomew reading Matthew, understanding that he shall save his people, his name shall be Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins. Notice what it says there.
Yeah, but that's true. But I'm talking about the Greek. When you look at the Greek, it literally says that he called me Jesus, and then it literally makes the point right here. It uses the word Yaomai here.
Right. So that's my point, though. That's my point.
You're saying the Greek is playing off of the word for heal rather than from actual from actual Yeshua, which is like saving.
But even then, when you read Matthew, when he says he shall be called Jesus,
let's go to it right now. That's Matthew. What verse is it?
Which should be the first chapter. It's the birth narrative.
You got the genealogy, and first you have the genealogy.
Maybe it's the second.
No, I think it's at the end of Matthew 1. I think you're right. I think it's right at the end. Here it is, right here. But when Jesus woke up, the Lord commanded what he gave him the name Jesus. Are you sure it's Matthew that does this?
Let me double.
Oh, right here. You shall name him Jesus because he will save people. All right, you know what? Let me go to.
You see what I'm doing here? You see what's going on?
Cross Bible.
Yeah.
I want to look at the Greek right now. I want to see if it's the same connection I want to see if it's the same words that that Bartholomew's using, because then you'd be right. It would be Bartholomew's actually playing off Matthew.
But even if it wasn't and it went further, maybe they're understanding Matthew this way. That's the point you're getting at.
Yeah. Either way, the Greek, it could be off Matthew. It could be from. The point is, they're playing off the word. They're using the Greek etymology, a new etymology. They're not using the Hebrew etymology.
Right.
Isn't that interesting?
That's powerful in and of itself. Yeah.
So here it is, right here, Matthew 1, and right here. Let me see here, right here. So it says, "He will save him people from." It says, okay. So it says, there's the word for son right there, huion. And this is not. There's no helios. There's no. It doesn't even start with an eta. It just starts with an upsilon. They're not even close. I just happened to find the word son there. I just pointed out. And onoma, which means name, atu of him, like name of him, and there it is. Yesu, Yesun, right? The name Ye. See it? I-H, iota. There it is. There's that healer root. And then it says autos gar, so seton laon, atu, apoton, amartion aton. So it actually doesn't have, it has the word sose here for salvation. It does, It's not playing off the word for heal here. That's a later pickup by Bartholomew's text.
Right.
So
but either way, I'm thinking
I'm glad you brought this up. This would have been,
yeah.
If this would have used the word Yaomai or Yeter, then I would have been like, holy shit, this is off the bat. They're already doing this.
Yeah. But, what is that source exactly in Bartholomew?
Gospel of Bartholomew. But what your point? This is interesting. There's two different things happening here. Matthew is going back and doing an etymology that makes sense for Yeshua, salvation of Yahweh. Sose means he will save. It's a future. future. So say he will save. But the word yea doesn't mean salvation, it means heal. So this is so the author of Bartholomew is not going off the Hebrew etymology. He's making a new etymology based on the word yea, which he picked up from the cult of Asclepius and Apollo. Isn't that interesting?
That is interesting. Yeah. And I just wonder how much of both might be going on here. I'm looking up just to see if there's any academics, critical scholars who might have identified found a key text, Bartholomew tradition. Jesus says he was called Jesus so that he might heal sins. Now I'm checking whether scholars connect that specifically to Matthew's he will save his people from their sins or treat it as separate Greek wordplay.
He changes
it might just be simply he picked up a Greek wordplay because even then it's a wordplay, but it's a different kind of wordplay. But let's see.
He's literally taking the name Jesus and going, that's yea. That's a cultic, not even just cultic, a medical term for healing. That's why I showed you Yeter is the first thing Asclepius is called in his hymn. The Orphic hymn to Asclepius, first thing it says, Yeter Panton, which means healer of all.
Right.
And so when you see the name Jesus with that ye prefix with the stem ter suffix, it looks like his name is healer. Jesus
it says this is a very close concept in to Matthew 121, but the careful critical answer is I did not find scholars saying this is specifically Bartholomew drawing on Matthew for that line. What I did find is a more cautious argument. J.K. Elliott notes that the text is better called the questions of Bartholomew, not confidently the same lost gospel of Bartholomew, known from Jerome. Anyway, it's going off into the weeds.
Yeah, but, that's the whole different thing.
Bartholomew seems
it's a 3rd century text that Jerome cites, and
it's a later reinterpretation of Jesus' name, is what it says. So,
exactly, it's going, it's reinterpreting through the Greek and not going through the Hebrew. Matthew, as you and I'm glad you brought this up. This was good to have the context here. Matthew's not doing that. Matthew is going off the old salvation of Yahweh etymology. So say, if he wouldn't have said so say if he thought this name had to do with healing. He would have said Yeter or Yahmai, one of those two.
By the way,
what Bartholomew does, and that's just something very interesting I noticed. Anyway,
so we don't forget, S. Mill did ask a super chat a while back. Thank you, S. Mill. Harpocrates is also shown standing on a crocodile and holding snakes and scorpions on many stelae and amulets.
Yeah, Harpocrates, the Greek version, becomes a healer god. He becomes a god of secrets too. He becomes like the mystery god, the god of the mysteries. He's always going this shh, like right here. Look, and then you can see even in the later statues, he's still doing that,
saying "Shut up."
Yeah, look at it. He's got wing like Eros. He gets synced with Eros.
Yeah, it makes me think of you know how we were looking close at that one statue of I know it's a different god here, but we're my brain is shot. Mithras. He has all the symbolism. I think there's a scorpion there as well. There's all sorts of constellations.
Ion? You mean Ion?
No, I'm talking about Mithras. Remember the one where there's a statue of him self-sacrificing. And in there, there's all these different animals. I think a snake is present. I think there's a scorpion. I could be mistaken, but Mithras, I think, also has this constellational kind of aspect to him.
Oh yeah,
and we know it's gravitating with the winter solstice, all that kind of stuff as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But yeah, do you have any? I'd like to see some images of the snakes and scorpions at some point.
With who?
Harpocrates.
Let me see if I can find that one. I remember seeing that one where he's standing over the crocodiles.
Yeah, it says crocodile, but they're saying holding snakes and scorpions on mini
crocodiles holding snakes. That's a good one. I've definitely seen the crocodile. Here, this is it. I think this is it right here. Oh yeah, they're definitely right about that. Here, I'll show you right now. I just in Google. You can find it right now.
Nice.
There it is. Holding snakes, standing on crocodiles. There's another one right here.
Click it, make it bigger, or
a whole bunch of them.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Google is weird, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see it. There's a whole bunch of them. There's another one right there.
Yeah. Mm.
So, yeah, good find, by the way.
Yes, Mills. Thank you. Appreciate that super chat. And then Atomic Amanda, Asclepius him was second word pan and not pan.
It's pantone, which means it's the genitive case, genitive plural. So it's the God, it's of all. Pan means all. It is also, you're right, it is also the name of the god Pan. But in this case, in the case of, let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Let me just go back to it right now so I can show you what I mean. So in this hymn right here, you could see, I'll show you what I mean right now. So Yeter, oh, whoops, I'm on the wrong one. Hold on a second. Shit. Where did I go? Where did it go? Oh, here we go. Okay. So where'd it go?
By the way, we're getting totally rabbit holed here, but there are so many other stories we haven't even covered in this Easter episode that could be used. Inanna, we didn't get into, like, bro, Osiris. I mean, there's just, now it may not be Easter that you can nail Osiris to.
No, Osiris is a spring resurrection.
Is it a March?
Spring resurrection. So you look at Yeter, yea, and then the stem ter. But now this word right here, yes, it does have the word pan in it, but pan just means all. That's what pan is named after, the word for all. All comes first. And then it's tone, that's how you know it's genitive plural. So it just means of all. I mean, it literally means of all. Yes, it means healer or doctor. You can even translate this as doctor, healer or doctor of all. That's what it means. And then you can see Asclepie, which means Asclepie, which is a vocative calling out. Despota Pion. So like Pion. He's got the same epithets of his father.
Thank you for that, Atomic. Appreciate that. And then Victor says, healing goddess Ninti Nuga, also scorpion imagery. Interesting. Ninti, really? Can you look that up real quick?
Ninti Uga?
Ninti Nuga. Ninti Nuga.
Oh, yeah, I found it. Share my screen. Ninti Nuga, Mesopotamian goddess.
Abramovix dropped €5 super chat. Messed up the sun/sun. It would be more of a reference to using light/solar analogies. Implying relation to old sun/light gods like Apollo.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I'll come back to you in a second. Which one were we just on? Oh, this one.
Ninti. Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
So, yeah, I just pulled it up. I mean, this is my first time actually looking into this goddess. I'm not really familiar with it, but yeah, it looks like medicine, cleansing, right?
Yep.
I'd be interested to know, like, if she has any festivals in the springtime or, oh, look at this. Look at this. I just stumbled on this. We learn from our own chat sometimes. I love it.
Exactly.
Actually, I learn a lot from the chat.
I learned a shit ton. Yeah.
Ancient scholarly etymology. Mistis who revives the dead. What? How do you and I not know about this yet? Out of all the years we've been going into these dying and rising gods and healers, how do we not know? We should have known this by now. Thank you for whoever found this for us. Look, it is possible that it initially had a different meaning, with one proposed as Lady of Lofty Wine. That would be even more interesting if you have wine involved.
Resurrection and wine. Huh.
Yeah, and only from the reign of Urininga onward, it started to be with a cuneiform to die. An epithet sometimes applied to her was the Lady of Life and Death, attested in royal inscriptions. Holy crap. We're just finding out more and more of these gods who resurrect and die and all this stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All over the place in the ancient world.
That's wild.
It says right here.
Or at least resurrect others who die, therefore raising people. You know what I mean? Like,
but if she's the god of death and resurrection, that's a whole entire paradigm.
That's big.
You know what I mean?
That's big. Yeah.
Look at this. A temple dedicated to her rebuilt by Enlil Bani, which bore the ceremonial name Enidubu, house which gives rest, might have been located in the latter of the two cities. Interesting.
Ninti Nubu. That's my next child's name.
No,
Ninti Nubu, get your ass over here.
What was the next one?
Agatis.
Yeah, messed up with the sun. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, what's her name used to try to make that connection a lot was
Acharia S.
DM Murdoch. Yeah, she loved to make that connection. It would be more light solar.
we did see this solar deity in the middle of a zodiac in a Jewish synagogue. I don't know when it was built, but we were seeing the solar deity in the center of the zodiac in a Jewish synagogue being like, what?
Helios.
And we were there. Yeah.
Helios. Yeah, here, I'll pull it up right now. And by the way, people go that that's an icon. It's actually not an icon because the synagogues back then were not places of worship. They were places of study. It's only after 70 AD where synagogues become like worship zones where they start taking all the images out. So this is just like a Hellenistic era place where people study the Torah. That's all it was. That's why they had images all over the place. They didn't care. It wasn't a place where Yahweh was actually worshiped. Synagogues were not worship places. They don't do sacrifices. None of that stuff happened in synagogues. But you do find stuff like this. You know what I mean? So you find Helios, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-rayed God. That's Sol Invictus, literally. 7-rayed God is what he's called. And yeah, zodiacs.
Hey, Victor sent me an image of the goddess of death and resurrection. I'm sending it on Messenger. I have no way to share it through this laptop. Can you pull that up, Neal? It's right there. You can see the scorpion and everything. This has to be constellational type of stuff going on.
You can't? Where?
Yeah, on Messenger, on Facebook Messenger.
Oh yeah, I've seen this before.
Yeah, same. Yeah,
I can zoom in on this, or I can
pop it up.
Yeah,
share the screen or whatever.
Yeah, you can see the star of Ishtar, the moon, the crescent moon, the Shamash sun.
Mm-hmm.
And then there it is. There's the
dinger right at the top, or
that's the star of Ishtar. That's Venus.
Interesting.
And that's a crescent moon, Sin, and that's Shamash. So you Sin, Ishtar, and Shamash. And then you have a scorpion. Interesting.
Resurrection.
Right? Wow. I love it.
What a hell of an Easter episode, right?
Good point, though. And even though the sun might not mean sun, the sun does actually have a birth and death of winter solstice, spring equinox. So the winter solstice is the birth of the sun. So when the sun starts to finally rise up again, and the day we're on right now, Easter, is when the light finally conquers the darkness for the rest of the summertime.
Right.
Up until the fall equinox, when it starts to decline again.
Right. And look, the next one has another one. Matthew, thank you for that super chat, Matthew, and being a member of the channel. Nice. Love you. Okay. Serket or Selket was a healer goddess too.
Selket?
Yeah, do you know? Look that one up. Look, we got all sorts of deep researchers in the chat, bro.
I know. I love this stuff. I found Serket. Goddess of protection against venomous stings and bites of scorpions.
A healer.
There you go. There you go. There's a scorpion on her head right there.
Come on.
She was primarily worshipped in Lower Egypt pre-dynastic period. Wow, 6,000.
Hold on. This is Egyptian, right?
Yeah. What do you think?
So think about this. Think about this. The gospel, right? When it talks about this whole, you will step on serpents. If you're bitten, you're not. Tell me that doesn't give you maybe some pause to think Alexandria.
Yes. Absolutely.
Come on.
Where all the healers are training too.
Right.
Look, she's literally has a scorpion on her head.
Dude, what would you think if someone walked around with a scorpion hat?
I mean, shit, that's
like,
great.
Damn.
Isis Serket. She's linked with Isis too.
That's awesome.
There it is right there. There's a scorpion on her head. Total healer, total like venoms and dotes and antidotes, all that stuff. Oh, look, Apophis. She's also given credit for binding the snake deity, Apophis. You know that this god right here, Apophis, according to Herodotus, is Apophis, the deity, the son of Isis, or the son of Io. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
He's born of a virgin.
Yeah, because there's a lot of virgin births people don't know about.
Yeah, I know. I gotta. I'll be right back.
All right.
You can make yourself big for a second.
Okay, cool. All right. Any other super chats? Because I know that Neal and I are about to wrap things up. This is Easter now. We're going to try and do an Easter show every year, a Christmas show every year. I mean, I will say this. There are so many people who really shun what me and Neal are doing today in terms of trying to look for connections for resurrection at the time of the year with this cyclical kind of observation. And what's funny is I go, Christianity's nothing like that. It's a one-time thing. Jesus did it back there. But Christians celebrate it like a cyclical thing every year. And some even go so far to reenact it as if they're reenacting having a person crucified, going through the Passion Week, all of that, the same way they did about Attis in the ancient world. I mean, you can say it's a once for all, but you're still cyclically remembering and practicing the thing the ancients once did at one point. So I think it's just nonsense when they do that, in my opinion. And I think there are more connections. But anyway, couple more super dupers. Matthew again, Apophis or Apep is the snake demon in Egyptian mythology, somewhat their devil figure.
Yes. Yep.
Come on. And then Farsight, thank you so much for that super chat. We were just looking at Apophis. So Farsight, thank you. Ninti's name can be translated as lady who keeps alive. A variant form of her name might be Nintahal, mistress who allocates life.
Wow, I like that.
That's very interesting. Yeah.
Got another super chat.
Ninti is also Lady of the Rib. I'll let this super chat talk.
Yeah. Oh, the rib. Oh, this is so interesting that you brought that up. The word for rib also means life. Zoe. But check this out. We have to blow your mind in a second.
Adgotis Abramovix dropped €5 super chat. Look up Sun Goddess of Arena linked with renewal of kingship and land.
I will. 1 second. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
So check this out. What do you know about let's go back real quick to Genesis what is it, 3, when she's called Eve for the first time?
Yeah. Mother of all living.
Yes, Genesis 3, right?
She's made from the rib. I think it's Genesis 3, yeah.
Okay, hold on. And then I want to go to the Hebrew. What the hell is going on with
it? Should be 3, it might be 2.
Why is Cross Bible not working all of a sudden?
Uh-oh, Steven!
Glitching. Oh, wait, no, I think I got it.
Okay.
Okay, cool. All right, let me share my screen.
Let me look up 2 just to see if that's actually where it's at. Adam and Eve. Planted garden, river name. Yeah, I think it might be 2. It's 2.
Oh, 2. Yeah. Right. Yeah, right before 3.
Yep.
Okay, so look at this. When does it say he pulls out her rib? He pulls her out of the rib. Right here. The Lord God made a woman from the rib, right? And he had taken her out, and he says, this is now my bone of my bones, the flesh of my flesh. She should be called woman. And it says, it doesn't actually call her Eve here, though. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Actually call her, I think it is 3, yeah. And so the word, but here's, okay, it doesn't even matter. I can just explain this. The thing is, she comes from his rib, and she's Eve, right?
Right.
Well,
she's the mother of all living.
In Akkadian, I think it's Akkadian. I'm pretty sure it's Akkadian, not Sumerian. But I'm pretty sure it's Akkadian. In Akkadian, the word for rib can also mean life or arrow. It has 3 different meanings.
Like a pun. You could do. There's a pun.
Literally, Eve, Hava is from the rib, and also Ninti is the goddess lady of the rib or life, because it's the same word. Did you know that?
I did. I watched Matthew Munger a long time ago.
Munger talks about
explain this. Yeah, Ninti, lady of the rib, pun with Eve, and this isn't just him. Even the Sumerologist, famous Sumerologist.
Oh yeah, it's all over the place.
I mean, man, these people. I'm pulling it up real quick here.
And this has been like heavily, thoroughly talked about for years.
Yeah, that Eve
years. Since Assyriology became a big thing.
Exactly. It's looking it up right now. It's doing deep.
Yeah, but that's funny because in the old, like, this is one of those things that it's from the Near East. It's not they're not borrowing this from the Hellenistic or Persians. This is one of those ancient, like they're putting this into their own tradition from their own background, because that's a very old tradition. It was the lady of the rib who brings life to the world.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's Salmon Noah Kramer that I was thinking about, by the way. It's
Noah
almost it's going to pull up like, yes, that comparison is real, it says, and it goes back especially to Salmon Noah Kramer. In the Sumerian myth Enki and Ninhursag, Enki says, "My rib T hurt me," and Ninhursag then gives birth to Ninti. In the text itself, Ninti is created in response to Enki's rib pain. The comparison with Eve comes from a Sumerian pun discussed by scholars. T can mean both rib and life.
So I was wrong. I was on the fence. Was it Sumerian or Canaan? It's Sumerian.
Either way, you nailed it though.
Yeah.
That let earlier Assyriologists connect Ninti with the Genesis woman who was formed from Adam's rib and whose name is associated with life, the living. A standard summary of Kramer's view quotes him saying that this was, quote, one of the most ancient of literary puns, in quote.
Pre-Semitic. It's before Semitic. Yeah.
Exactly. Carried over into biblical paradise story, even though the Hebrew wordplay no longer works the same way. But the important nuance is that
it's not even the same. It's not even the same language family anymore.
Yeah, this is mostly an older comparative argument, not a current consensus claim of direct borrowing. The Assyriologist M. Stahl says earlier scholars used Ninti to explain Eve's rib motif, but adds this was an interesting thought, but one that is not mentioned nowadays. He also notes that while Ninti can be taken as Lady of the Rib, it's more likely to mean the lady who gives life. So either way,
it can mean more. It can mean either or. It could be a pun. But here's another thing. It could be a crazy coincidence too, because it's also true that in Plato's Timaeus, the world soul has another female soul within it. So I wonder if I can pull that up and show you what I mean. In here, let me see if I can pull up Timaeus. Is there another super chat after this?
Yeah, there is. You
Go ahead, read it. I'll pull it up.
Well, they want you to look up a sun goddess. So we may want to hit this one first. Just knock it out, Lady of the Rib, lady who keeps alive or whatever.
Go to the next one. I'm gonna find.
We're gonna have to pull up this this goddess. Thank you again for the super chat. Look up sun goddess of Arena.
Oh, go to the next one I said because I'm looking up something right now.
No, that's it.
That's all this stuff.
That's the next one.
You can't look it up.
Yeah, I can. I won't be able to share any images.
Just try to find it real quick. I'm trying to find world.
Sun goddess. Look, you're giving us homework. I love this.
Yeah, I know. Okay, hold on 1 second. So it's from Timaeus. What is?
All right, the sun goddess of Arena, Araniti, was the principal deity and patron of the Hittite Empire monarchy, often recognized as a supreme, nurturing, and protective solar power linked closely with justice and sovereignty. She was considered a mother of the land. Werusimu in Haitian. I don't know if is that how you pronounce that? Hattian. It's probably Hittite.
You can't see what you're looking at right now.
Hattian.
Hattin. Yeah.
Okay.
It's from the Hattin.
Right.
Is the name of, just say Hittite. That's all I got.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And although the sun goddess also held roles as a chthonic earth deity. So we're gonna have to get to this this next. I'm sure it's
real quick. I got to show you this because the reason why I say it might just be a crazy coincidence because they might actually be borrowing this idea from Plato about this woman, the mother of all life.
Mm-hmm.
And because here, check this out. And he talks about the world soul. And then he says, now imagine that a man were to model all possible figures out of gold and we're then to proceed. Let me see if I can find mother. Wait, which one's the mother? Mother of matter. Timaeus 50D. Am I in 50D? I'm on 50D. Wait, where is it? 50D. Oh, down here. Here it is. For the present, we must conceive of three kinds: the becoming, the wherein becomes the source. Becoming is copied and produced. Recipient to the mother, the source to the father, and what is engendered between these two, to the offspring, and also perceive that if stamped, copy is to assume diverse appearances of all sorts, that substance wherein it is set and stamped could not possibly be suited to its purpose unless it were itself devoid of all those forms which it is about to receive from any quarter. I wish this translation was not so fucking weird. For words similar to any entering forms on receiving forms of an opposite or wholly different kind as they arrive to copy them badly. Where is the one where it says here we go. Whereas let us not speak of her that is the mother and receptacle of this generated world, which is perceptible by sight in all senses by the name of earth, and or air or fire or water, or any aggregates of constants thereof. Rather, we describe her as a kind, invisible and unshaped, all receptive, and in some most perplexing and most baffling way, partaking of the intelligible, we shall describe her truly. And this is like, he's basically saying that the world's soul has within it a female soul who's the mother of all.
Right.
And it's like a dyad. It's a female soul, mother. It's a male female dyad that gives birth to all life.
Right.
So,
yeah,
anyway.
that could be just a shared motif, though, that they all have. I mean, in a way,
that's another thing most people think. I think,
yeah.
That's probably the most commonly suggested. And then right here in 35a, he also says, right here, midway between the being, which is indivisible and remains also the same, and the being, which is transient and divisible in bodies, he blended a third form of being, compounded out of the twain, that is to say, out of the same and the other. In like manner, he compounded it midway between that one of them which is indivisible and that which is in bodies. He took the three. This is a weird triad stuff going on, and blent them all together into one form by forcing the other into the union with the same. Weird, right?
Yeah.
Timaeus is a trip, dude. You got to read Timaeus like 20 times to actually grasp what's going on.
It's complex, dude.
Really
complex. The dialogues can be that way too.
Yes. Oh yeah, they're very,
very deep. You got to re-listen. You got to reread. You got to look up the sun goddess of Arina, Arinna.
Got it. This one right here.
Yes, that one. Yep.
The chief goddess of Hittite mythology, companion with I'm familiar with Tarhuna. Actually, I'm familiar with Arina too. I've seen this goddess often in a lot of the sources. Sun god of heaven. Is that what we're looking at?
Yep, that's the one.
Any question in particular, or just looking at it?
I think they just want us to check it out. So maybe it's worth spelling out what we're looking at here. Solar deity, the sun goddess of Irana, and the weather god Tarhuna.
Oh, look at the child. There's the child right there.
What?
That's like the Isis and Horus.
Yeah. Depiction. Yep. Possible depiction of a sun goddess with a child. 15th to 13th century BCE. That's ancient
These
right
are
there.
Indo-Europeans too. They heavily inspire the Greeks, the Mycenaeans. Yep. So,
let's see. So they occupy the highest position in the Hittite state's pantheon. The pair's daughter is Missoula, by whom they had the granddaughter Zentuhi. Their other children were weather god of Nerik, the weather god of Zippalanda, and the vegetation god Telepinu, which I've heard that one several times. The eagle served as her messenger. In myths, she plays a minor role. A Hittite mythic fragment records the construction of her house. Interesting. An apple tree.
What we got here?
A super. Oh, would you get a super or someone join or something? Huh?
I think so.
Oh, we got a few more supers here. Okay, let's move forward then, I guess. I don't really see anything like specific here other than she is a sun goddess.
Renewal of kingship.
Abramovix dropped €2 super chat. Look at the cult and royal section.
Which one's next?
We got Victor.
Thank you, Victor. I've heard that Eve means mother of life in Hebrew. Yes. Hava. Well, it just means life. Hava. Or it literally just means life. And so in the Greek, this is how we know it's a translation, because the Greek, this is another big giveaway that the Hebrew came first. The Greek uses the word ewa in one place as a transliteration, and in another place it calls her Zoe, which means life.
Right.
It translates the name. So you get a transliteration and a translation. What, you honestly think they wrote that first, and then that happens to line up with the word that means life in Hebrew? Doesn't make any sense.
I must be right, Neal.
Yeah. So yeah, Hava means life in Hebrew. But yeah, the Greek
Thank you, Victor.
changes to Zoe.
Yeah, appreciate that. Victor's deep diving. Valena says, no, there is a connection to celebrate. People doing it simply to come back, to hold on and connect with family as well. Valena, I believe, is answering when you stepped away, Neal. I was pointing out the cyclical celebration that still takes place today. And they want to go, oh, no, those were all cyclical religions. The God died and rose each year, and they really mourned it and all that. If you watch any Christian celebrations, they really enact as if Jesus died and rise every year.
Yeah.
And they still say, yeah, back there historically, but they behave like it's happening right now. They're mourning like he's really dead. They really are celebrating like he rose from. You were in a Greek church that did this, correct?
Oh yeah, it was like they were literally mourning over his death, like it just happened. And then at midnight at Easter, they went nuts, like he resurrected again.
Dude, that's got to be like,
it's a yearly thing. It's a seasonal thing. It's every year.
And then thank you, Valena. I really appreciate that. So I do think that that's something worth looking deeper into. And yeah, of course, people are going to do it, come back and hold on and connect with family as well. That's part of it. Yeah. Then Gaddis again says, look at the cult and royal section. So cult and royal section. Okay, cult. So you got to share your screen. This is at the sun goddess of Arena. The most important temple of the sun goddess was in the city of Arena. You might want to read that. Cult, the cult section, and there's royal ideology too. But I don't know if they're saying to read that section too, but I know they're definitely saying cult section.
The most important temple of the sun goddess, or another citadel, had two said the goddess was depicted as a solar disk, and the city of suns were venerated. King Ulmitesha. Oh yeah, I remember this. I'm familiar with this. And Tarhuntasa donated a sun disk of gold, silver, and copper to the goddess each year, along with a bull and 3 sheep. She was also depicted as a woman and statuettes, sitting goddess with a halo, also depictions of her. The deer was sacred to the sun goddess, and the queen, Puduhepa, promised to give her many deer in her prayers. It sounds like Artemis with the deer. Mm-hmm. Cultic vessels in the shape of a deer presumably were used for the worship of the sun goddess. It is also believed that the golden deer statuettes from early Bronze Age were found in the middle of the river and belonged to the Hattian cultural period associated with the cult of the sun goddess.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh. Then the royal section, I think that's right above royal ideology. From the Hittite Old Kingdom, the sun god of Arena legitimized the authority of the king in conjunction with the weather god Tarhuna. The land belonged to 2 deities, and they established a king who would refer to the sun goddess as mother. So here's the sun goddess's mother. King Hattusili the first was blessed with the privilege of placing the sun goddess on his lap. Several queens dedicated cultic solar discs to the sun goddess in the city of Tarhurpa. During the Hittite New Kingdom, the sun goddess was said to watch over the king and his kingdom. With the king as a priest and queen as a priestess, the Hittite king worshipped the sun goddess with daily prayers at sunset. The Hittite text preserved many prayers to the sun goddess of Arena. The oldest is from Arnuwanda I, while the best known is the prayer of Queen Puduhepa, cited above. Damn.
I wanted to say this god right here. This god I'm pretty familiar with, Tarhun. Mm-hmm. There's some connection I was gonna say with Baal, but like even like he raises up like grapevines and stuff. So there's some vegetation stuff going on too with this god.
Interesting.
Yeah, right here. Here it is. See, there's the grapes. See it?
Yeah.
Told you.
That old man new plant right there.
I actually was planning on doing a really big deep dive into the Hittites pretty soon and their mythology. Yeah, because that's definitely worth. They're a huge part of all the Indo-European culture. Huge deal.
Absolutely. Thank you, Gaddis. And then we got R. Baker. Thank you for that super chat. If you want to understand Genesis 2, look up Shamhat in the Epic of Gilgamesh, then the Isha will make sense. Interesting. So Isha is Hebrew. Shamhat, the prostitute from the Epic of Gilgamesh. Let me give the quick story. It's you should look this up. Shamhat. Mm-hmm. So the gods are getting prayers from the humans that Gilgamesh is being a tyrant. He's sleeping with every woman before the husband actually, gets to consummate the marriage. And he's a tyrant. He's treating the people like crap. So they pray to gods, hey, help us out. And they create Enkidu. Enkidu is this wild man in the forest. As you know this, Neal, I'm just telling the audience. And the audience probably has heard this before. But the hunters are setting traps, and Enkidu's breaking the traps so that they can't capture any animals. So the hunters go and cry to the king, hey, look, I can't capture anything ultimately. And that's when Gilgamesh said, send the prostitute and have her expose her glorious body parts to Enkidu, and he will be drawn to her and he will go into her, and then it will fix this problem. And sure enough, he was wise enough to realize that's what happens. So this woman goes and exposes her body parts to Enkidu. Enkidu goes into her 6 days and 7 nights or something, dude. He has sex for a long time. When he's done, he tries to go back to the animals, and the animals are running from him. He's become a human. He has become very human-like. When he was a wild, hairy, animal-like person, he's now becoming more human-like. And then, of course, the story makes him more human when he goes to the nearby pub and gets drunk at the nearby bar, and he's feeling joy and all that kind of stuff, and he's becoming more and more human. But that is where Shamhat, but they're saying the Hebrew word Isha, which is a Hebrew noun meaning woman, wife, or female, used over 780 times in the Old Testament. It is the feminine counterpart to Ish, man, husband. The term highlights the biblical concept of unity as seen in Genesis 2:23, where the woman is named because she was taken from the man. So I don't know if there's any etymological relationship between Isha and Shamhat, though. I'm not a linguist at all. But the story, I no doubt think that because in Adam first, before he had a wife, had animals as his companions, and none of them were equal, right? Until he had a woman, Isha. And that is where I think there's a story that's overlapping that with Gilgamesh for sure.
Yeah. Sounds like it.
Oh, Israelite Christianity, thank you for this super duper. Out of all the dying and rising deity myths, why does the oldest recorded one, Inanna's descent, contain the strongest parallels to the Gospels?
Why does the oldest recorded one? Yeah, I've always thought about that. Isn't that funny? The farther back you go, all of a sudden, the more it looks like Jesus. Like Inanna, this story is like from like 2,500 BC.
It's ancient.
You have a savior god, goddess, whatever you want, whatever, it doesn't matter, descending into the underworld for 3 days and 3 nights to resurrect the dead, and she's crucified. Like, it doesn't use the word crucified; it's a Latin word, obviously, but she's literally like hung on a hook, fastened. Like it's almost like crucifixion. It's not the same thing. It's not like a Roman crucifixion is very specific, but you know what I'm saying. Like the closest thing you're going to get to crucifixion in that context.
Pretty strange, isn't it?
Very strange.
He's rotting flesh. It's like rotting corpse, meat, rotting meat.
Dead for 3 days, 3 nights.
Decomposition kind of thing. And then
the water of life and the bread of life. You have a Eucharist that gives you salvation.
That's wild.
It's so many specific things lining up. If it was wine, oh my God, people would be losing their minds. It's not water, but still, it doesn't matter. The function's the same.
A lot of people forget this. Every image we see in Jesus' art of him being crucified, he's covered. He was naked. In the Gospels, they strip him to nothing.
Right.
You're bare ass, butt ass naked.
That's how crucifixion was.
What Inanna had happened, and then was hung on a hook. She went through 7 gates. Every piece of article of her clothing, of her jewels, what made her royal, she became nothing, just like Jesus. And then he's crucified. Like, come on. That's why this whole idea, well, this one historically happened, is such a scandalous like question mark, because they're writing a narrative and it's decades later. This to me, it's obvious legend. They are clearly riffing off of a powerful, deep trope.
Yeah, and not only that, if Paul is the earliest sources, which is what most scholars think, the 7 authentic letters of Paul that are before the Gospels. Well, there's no mention of Passover. No, he just gets handed over and he gets crucified.
There is language of Passover, but not that it's the Passover date.
No, yeah, there's no language of Passover. It's just a meal. It's just a meal. That's people are making that association.
1 Corinthians.
That's not enough, dude. That's not. You can't sit there and say that's Passover language. It's just then any meal is a Passover language. Then.
So
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean. I do. I thought in the text. So here it is, right? No doubt there have been differences among you.
There's no mention of a Passover in Paul. I'm telling you right now.
It's not a Passover.
I know. I'm telling you.
I agree with that. There's no Passover. I'm saying the language in it may have developed the mythology or the legend of placing his death at the Passover is the point. So someone may have read Paul,
or they got it from the dying and rising motifs of springtime, and they placed it there because of that, not Paul, right?
That could be that too. Yeah, that could be that.
Otherwise,
too.
this whole video is meaningless.
This is Paul's.
You know what I mean, Derek? Are you thinking about that?
Well, Paul himself, the mythology comes from
If
Paul.
it's from Paul, then this whole video is pointless. We're just
why?
Because if it came from Paul, that's where it came from.
But I agree.
Paul doesn't say anything about a Passover.
But even if he did, the mythology starts with his own divine revelation. It wouldn't matter to me. Divine revelations.
But then you have data that he actually got crucified on Passover. But I'm saying
not necessarily.
There's none. I'm saying there's none.
Yeah, I don't think
there's none until the gospel.
Does Paul's letter to the Corinthians indicate Passover language?
You act like ChatGPT is some sort of divine oracle
revelation. No, it helps me find the source easier.
Yeah.
With the revelation of the mill and night.
Super chat.
Hell yeah. Jesus was
Gospel of Matthew 27:52. Why say men bodies right? Let's look it up. While you're looking that up, I'll look this up.
Yep. This is the zombie apocalypse.
Super chat. Gospel of Matthew 27:52-53. Why say men bodies raised?
Matthew. What did you find over there? But from the indication you said.
On my end, it's in 1 Corinthians 11:23-26. Paul gives the meal tradition.
That's the one I just said. It's just he just mentions a meal. He doesn't say anything about a Passover.
So let me read what it says here real quick. The night he was handed over, but that passage by itself, I agree, does not plainly say this was Passover. The wording handed over is also better read by many scholars as delivered up rather than simply betrayed. Some connect it to sacrificial Isianic language, not specifically to Judas. The stronger Passover signal in 1 Corinthians is nearby, 1 Corinthians 5:7-8. Christ, our Passover lamb, has been sacrificed.
Yeah, he calls him our Passover lamb.
That's why I think the mythology of the Gospels, that's what I was trying to get at, is developing.
Yeah, I'm talking about him being, Paul saying he went down for Passover.
Right.
You're right.
Yeah, you can see why they built the legend.
Calling him the Passover lamb is a big deal. But what I'm saying is you would think Paul would say right then and there.
I agree.
Perfect opportunity to say the Passover lamb because he was killed on
Passover. Yeah.
Or in the passage where he says he was the night he was handed over.
Right.
Perfect opportunity for Paul to say
all he does
on that Passover Eve when he was handed over.
Right.
He does it.
So I don't think Passover language, not saying on the Passover he died.
Okay,
which is why I was saying the Gospels are embellishing. They're just embellishing. Yeah,
I thought you were saying he was hinting at the night he was handed over on Passover. My bad. You're right. You're 100% correct.
You're talking past each other a little bit.
Yes. You are 100% right. Yeah. But like it's still to me it's funny how that's accepted among so many scholars who will just say we know he got down for Passover. It says it right there.
Right.
Well, how do you know that? Paul doesn't say that.
That's why they made a leap in the Gospels, I think, to develop a legend.
Exactly.
And why would they land at this time? I mean, multiple reasons.
Because of everything we've been saying.
Exactly. There's a lot of reasons.
It's the perfect time to place his death. There's no perfect place other than the Passover.
By the way, everyone got to see me and Neal in real life. Like, that's how we are. We're bros, and we will arm wrestle on ideas, and but we're both like trying to get to the same conclusion here to understand. By the way, my jab at this Gaddis on why say many bodies raised, I personally am of the opinion there's two possibilities in my mind, and I'm open to many others, that when the resurrection happened in their minds, this idea of a single individual, when Jews expected a whole collective resurrection to happen, Matthew's trying to kind of solve that problem by saying, hey, many people raised when he raised. Like, there was a resurrection, but it screws you because, okay, so what? A zombie apocalypse happens of ancient saints who come into Jerusalem. Now, they don't say what happens to them. They go no further to describe what happens after they appear in Jerusalem. But there is a Greco-Roman source, and I wasn't prepared for this, but I have a source somewhere on my computer that indicates in the Roman world, there was a story where their loved ones came back and actually embraced their loved ones, a group of them back from the dead in a public setting, and many people were eyewitnesses to it, where they embraced their loved ones. I can't remember if it was during a sacred day or something special, but you see a counterpart in the Greco-Roman world where a mass amount of loved ones that were dead come back and embrace their family and whatnot. So I don't know what to do with this. Is it trying to solve the failed apocalypse and the expectation that the resurrection of the dead, of all the dead, was supposed to happen, but it didn't? So is Matthew trying to go, hey, no, there was a group. I don't know what he's trying to do.
Yeah, and the super chatter's asking, why say many bodies raised?
At KW set drop 320 yen super chat. Check
320 yen.
And set greater than female and theos.
Nice.
Check.
And another one right after that. But yeah, so this one, why say many bodies?
Yeah, I think I imagine it's many people. There was many people who came back from the dead.
The bodies of many holy people were raised to life that came out of the tomb. Okay. Yeah, and it's interesting that this is
Removix dropped €2 super chat. Yeah.
Keep dropping them, baby.
The boys are back in town. XD.
The boys are back in town.
Yeah. Well, back to what they were saying. This is only in Matthew, which is like Paul doesn't say. We go back to Paul again, as we were just going back and forth about his Passover, a lack of mentioning of Passover. Well, why would Paul forget that bodies came out of the ground? He was alive during this time period. I assume he was in Jerusalem, maybe, right? I don't know, maybe not. But you would think he would, if this happened, he would know about it. Oh, by the way, literally a couple of years ago, when Jesus got crucified, bodies came out of the ground.
Yeah.
And again, he wasn't a believer at first, so maybe he doesn't know this story. I don't know.
I mean, why doesn't Mark narrate it? I mean,
Mark doesn't narrate it. It comes in. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. So Matthew's inventing this, clearly inventing this legend of saints resurrecting. They came out of the tombs after Jesus' resurrection and went into the holy city and appeared to many people. When the centurion and those with him who were guarding Jesus saw the earthquake and all that happened, they were terrified and exclaimed, it's an apologetic to get you convinced. I think this whole thing is just invented. And the reason I thought is you have a counterpart in the Roman world where something like this happened. I don't have the source on me, but many dead loved ones came back into the city. Eyewitnesses saw them, embraced them. The people were in shock. They couldn't believe what they were seeing in the text. And then the other example is simply this apocalyptic expectation that the end and the resurrection was supposed to happen. Well, what Jews expected was the general resurrection, not one dude out of a tomb. So is Matthew doing something Jewish here to try and say, hey, it wasn't just one guy, like a whole bunch of many people raised from the dead. And this is the beginning of the final thing. Just wait a little longer. It's going to happen. And of course, it never happened. But that's my guess at that super chat.
Yeah. Yeah, good super chat. I appreciate that one.
Very interesting. Check pie?
Check Proto-Indo-European Dao, milk, feed, and set, female, and theos. I can go to the Proto-Indo European what's it called? The words, or what do you call it? The vocabulary. I'm drawing a blank on the word vocabulary.
Our brains are.
I said words. So yeah, let's see what they mean. DHE. Hold on a second. We can do a word search for D. What the hell? I don't need to edit. DHE. Here we go. Is this the one? Widow? No. Wait. Where did they say it was? What was it called?
Milk, feed, and set, and then there's female and theos.
Milk, feed. There's heart.
Milk, feed, and set.
Earth. I found earth. I don't know. There's a lot of these words that start with DHE, I think. I feel like that's a really common, like, look at, here's another one, smoke. It almost looks identical to what they were saying.
Yeah.
Smoke. Here's to burn. Here's to set in motion. Here we go. Place, put. Look, another word looks just the same way. Like, how many words do they have that starts with duh? You know what I mean? Let's find another one. That's it. That's all they got. I have no idea which one you're talking about.
So the source that I was talking about with the Greco-Roman one, I pulled it up. Aurelius Victor. He narrates an event.
Oh yeah.
That's
from the time of Constantine's sons.
Yes, he narrates
4th century.
and eerily echoes the zombie-like resurrection of the saints. So, on the other hand, the senators, it says, were not swayed by the intrigues of the emperor to accord him, Hadrian, the honor of deification. So deeply did they mourn the loss of so many men of their order. However, after those whose death they were grieving suddenly appeared, and each one embraced his relatives and friends, they sanctioned what they had refused. Just like the divine happenings around Jesus, the Greco-Roman tradition also had some pretty spectacular events when a revered figure passed away and became a god. In Rome, it was a big deal to witness the mystical powers or the ascension of the emperor. This tradition is well documented and reminds us of the stories of Romulus and Julius Proculus. Anyway, very powerful stuff.
Yeah, and that same author, I'm not kidding, that same author says that when Constance, the son of Constantine, was born, in 333 AD, he says on December 20, or no, he says not on his birth. He says on December 25th of 333 AD, when Constance was named Caesar and was given the wreath and became Caesar, there was a star in the sky. It's like the big portent in the sky, and like fire burned up in the sky or something. That's what he says. Right. So that's one of those. Just remind me of that author. Anyways, I found this Dale. I don't know how to pronounce it. I really don't.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Dale, I'm guessing.
You would know better than me.
Yeah, based on Greek, it would be like Dale. And this is to suckle, to nurse. And it means like fetus or damn, that's great. Milk cow. What the hell? Son? Jeez. And I kind of see where they're going with this now. They're saying like there's a connection between this word, whatever. Anyways, yeah, Indo-European is pretty crazy to look into. Thank you for that super chat.
Thank you. And then of course you already got this one, right? Got us?
Yeah, I was thinking the boys are back in town. Yep, we already saw this one.
The boys are back.
What was this about though?
I think it was just you and me when we were tussling over Paul.
Oh, we were arguing over Paul.
Yeah. We do this almost every stream. We have a moment.
You won.
Right?
You won that one. You were definitely right,
dude. Yeah. Sometimes I get my ass smoked. Okay, no. It's a give and take. You know, sometimes we got to do that.
Go to that passage though. I want to look at that passage again. I'm curious to what he says. What he means by the Passover lamb. Yeah.
Okay, the passage, the one specifically, pull it up, is in 1 Corinthians chapter 5.
Want me to look it up? I can do it.
Yeah, if you can, 7 through 8, but we should just read before and after that too.
Yeah, because this is the only data that we have for Passover and Jesus before the Gospels. So you said, what is it, 7 and 8?
Yeah, 7 through 8. Christ, our Passover lamb, has been sacrificed.
What makes you different from anyone else? What do you have that you did not receive? And if you did receive it, already you have all you want.
You're in 1 Corinthians 4.
Oh, shit. 1 Corinthians 5.
We got to get to 8. 8. Or no, 5. Yeah, 5, 7 through 8.
Get rid of the old yeast so that you may be a new unleavened batch as you say. Okay, this is what I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
Doing an allegory here. Unleavened batch. An unleavened batch is allegorizing what is the Passover.
Right.
Christ, our Passover lamb, has been sacrificed. Therefore, let us keep the festival, not with the old bread leavened, but with malice and wickedness, but with the unleavened bread of sincerity and truth.
You can see how the legend would grow from that.
Yes, but notice how he doesn't say anything about Christ being crucified during this time period.
Of course.
He's actually just allegorizing the salvation of Christ's crucifixion or resurrection.
And then they narrate a story
based on that.
They put him probably reading this, probably knowing about this. And they say, oh, well, it must be if someone was trying to attempt to write, let's say, some history, they probably read that and thought, oh, well, we need to put him, at this time. Yeah. There's no telling.
And I think it's in a combination with, you already have the Melkart festival in Phoenicia. You already have Osiris in Egypt. You already have Addis Hilaria.
Ishtar and Melkart.
City Dionysia is the same week. You know that, right?
Yep.
It's the same as winter. Or the rural Dionysia, which is called the Lesser Dionysia, is winter solstice. The city Dionysia, called the Greater Dionysia, is spring equinox. Same, the exact same weeks. So it makes a lot of sense why Christians would want to put put the date of the crucifixion at this time period. And then you said, as you point out, in conjunction with what Paul says right here.
Of course.
Let us keep the festival, it says.
I think that's a very powerful point in light of the fact that the Jewish sacrifice each year and the firstborn son we have from the Exodus story, all of that plays into this mythos. Add to that the Greco-Roman world in which is now adopting this religion. They can just go, hey, you're celebrating something on the day. We've already been doing stuff like this. Like, yeah, okay, I'm game. Like it'd be perfect. It doesn't, you don't have to force it.
Yeah. And you know what? It's interesting. He says, let's keep the festival. He doesn't say, let's redo or let's change the festival or let's he's basically saying we're going to keep our Jewish festival, which is the Pascha.
Right.
And so this is why you have Ebionites who are literally following Passover ritual in the most Jewish way. Those are Christians too.
To your point, though, your point in being blunt is if he said Jesus died on this day, it would be more explicit and obvious. Yeah. Instead, you could see why someone like Mark would have read Paul, and there's many scholars who think that Mark knew Paul. He knew with Paul's letters, read Paul, saw that, and thought, well, we're going to make him Passover lamb. They don't use lamb language. Mark doesn't. John loves to use the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world. But they place him at this time. Now, a real guy, not even discounting the idea of mythicism, I'm saying if there was a historical dude, he could have died any time, and they made him their Passover lamb in legend. And then here you have Mark placing him on that day. He could have read Paul and thought, hey, okay, Passover lamb, well, let's put him at this time. I mean, there's no telling. There's really no telling, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
It would help to know, I'll give you an analogy historically, if Josephus accounted that some of those people that were militants that were going out trying to be Messiah-like figures, if Josephus said they did this at Passover, that would help us at least raise the historical probability that Jesus was doing this at Passover as well. I mean, but he doesn't give us those details. He doesn't say Judas the Galilean or Theudas or, the Egyptian, these people were doing this at Passover. So it's a guess. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Makes a lot of sense. Is that the last super chat?
I think so. Yep. I think we got caught up. Neal, I think we went deep, dude. I don't think we should keep going, man. We're already 4 hours almost, 3.5?
3.5 at least. So, I mean, I think I just wanted to show how ubiquitous the empty tomb narratives are.
Yeah.
You find that narrative. I think I brought up 5 different sources. Plutarch, where he talks about Romulus. I brought up Diodorus, who talks about Heracles. I brought up Alcmene from, what was that? That was from The story of Alcmene was from
Plutarch.
Antoninus Liberalis.
Yep.
We brought up, what was the other one?
Cleomedes, Alcmene, Heracles,
Romulus.
Romulus.
Yeah.
You
Anyways,
didn't get into Dionysus too much, but you did mention Dionysus in passing, and he has another rebirth and dying and rising again. Osiris, we didn't dwell on too much, but
I'm just talking about the empty tombs right now, the empty bodies. And
gotcha.
that you're right. So there's so many of these empty or missing body motifs, but then you can even balloon even farther out with gods that die and come back, and that'll take 7 hours to do a whole video on that. But
oh my God, I got one here. This would be easy for me to pull up on this tablet because I already had it up. This one right here is the Bel Marduk. There's a 700 BCE death and resurrection of Bel Marduk. This is
why it's Marduk and not Demutzi who's used in the book of Esther. You have Ishtar, Esther, and people wonder if they're going to rewrite this story. Why wouldn't they change the name to like Demutzid or something like the Jewish? Right. Why is it Mordecai? Well, it's because it's the Assyrian period or Neo-Babylonian period when Bel is the god that takes that, and you're about to show it right now.
Yeah. That is Bel, who in the dot's the broken part of the tablet. So Bel, who was confined in a mountain, he brings him forth a messenger. The Lord hastens, saying, who brings him forth? He who goes brings him forth. He who rides, that is he who to the mountain goes. To which he goes, that is the house of the edge of the mountain wherein that they question him. The mountain is the tomb, the underworld, ladies and gentlemen. Nebo, from whom Barsippa comes, that is he who comes to seek after the welfare of his father Marduk, who is held captive. The who is in the streets hastens. They seek for Bel, saying, where is he held captive? The who stretches out her hand, she prays to Sin and Shamash, saying, give life to Bel. Bel Marduk is dead. He's dead. The gate of ... to which she goes, that is the gate of the grave. She goes there seeking him. Bel Marduk is dead. The ... twins who at the gate of Esagila stand. These are his watchmen. They are appointed to guard him. So what's interesting about this, and it goes on about blood.
Look at the next line.
Okay. The who make lament. That means when the gods bound him, he perished from among the living.
That's your ritual mourning, and then the descent. Like it's all there.
It's all here, bro. And here's the interesting thing. You go down to the bottom of this. It's too much to read here in one setting. Someone should go read. Just look up Bel Marduk, Death and Resurrection. Jason Colavito. You can hear the scholars who complain and say it's not what you think it is. Read it for yourself. Okay, just trust me. Guess what's happening here? You got a New Year's sacrifice.
Isn't that funny, Derek? How every time you find a source like this, whether it be Inanna's 3-day death and 3 days and 3 nights, accompanied with multiple journal entries of why it's not death and resurrection,
right?
Why? Oh, we don't know how much time was passed after the 4th day. Like there's papers written on this stuff. Just think about this for a second. How many times have we found sources like this, and there's like a dozen papers from like nervous scholars who don't want people to make any connections between this? It's
so sensitive. Yes, because there's so much sensitivity around this because we have a living religion that claims exclusivity, and it's wrong. It's not
dropped €2 super chat. Morning Star, raising and falling. TNX for stream.
Thank you for the €2.
You rock. Thank you so much for the support. We really appreciate it. Last highlight here, just to point out something interesting. Notice when this is happening, the race, which is in the month of Nisan, before Bel and all the sacred places, they run in frenzy.
Oh my God, you got to see this. Well, before we close out, I got to show you. Month of Nisan, right?
Month of Nisan.
You know what that is, right?
Is it not this
right now?
New Year's.
Yeah, right now is Nisan 14.
Right. The New Year's festival, which is
right now is Nisan 14, New Year. You know that, right?
Yes.
The New Year's is in spring for Babylon.
Right.
It's right now is Nisan 4. Today is Nisan 14. So what you're showing is a festival.
I'll show it again. Yeah.
Which is
I
will show you in this video.
Are you sharing your screen?
Yeah.
Hold on, it's not showing. Let me remove mine.
14th of Nisan.
Go ahead.
The path.
Now do it.
which
There you go.
according to
Ready?
you in
Yep.
this video, the 14th of Nisan, the traditional date for the Passover, which according to the book of Exodus, it's recounted that Yahweh instructed Moses to command the Israelites to smear the blood of a lamb
Now watch
on
this.
their doorpost.
Now you know
This
it's
act
Nissan 14.
was
Watch
meant
this.
to
Yep.
Elam.
Oh shit.
Get paid,
I'm just gonna
baby.
Yeah. Yep.
Called this month Adu Kanaisa. The Akitu Festival, one of the oldest religious festivals in recorded history, if not the oldest, was celebrated at the spring equinox, originating in the 3rd millennium BCE. It was a significant celebration for the Sumerians in southern Mesopotamia, marking the planting of barley in early spring around March-April. On the Babylonian calendar, this is called Nisanu. This period heralded the new year. The Babylonians referred to it as the beginning of the year, Resh Shatim. During the early dynastic period, each Sumerian city-state celebrated its own festivals to honor its patron deity. This tradition persisted into Akkadian period in the 3rd millennium BCE, with a broader scope extending across Sumer to venerate the supreme deities of Akkad, Anu, Enlil, and Enki along Ishtar, originating as the Sumerian goddess Inanna. Among the most ancient ceremonies were those dedicated to Tammuz, or Dmutzi, an agricultural barley, grain, and vine deity symbolizing death and rebirth, whose rituals often involved elaborate mourning practices. These rites depict Dmutzi's death and resurrection, symbolizing the cycle of fertility and abundance. These celebrations maintain the foundational aims established by early Sumerian traditions to pay homage to the divine, affirm the sovereignty of the monarch, and foster a shared sense of faith and communal practice among the populace.
All right, one more thing I want to show you.
Okay.
This multifaceted celebration took place in 2 key locations. In Babylon.
Sagala. You just mentioned that in your source.
Right.
So I want to go after you see this. We're going to go back to your source and look up this word. All right.
The Sagala temple,
Ready?
dedicated to the supreme deity Marduk,
Marduk.
and the house of the new year, situated to the city's north. Central to the festivals were Nabu and his
There
father
it is. You just
Marduk,
mentioned him too.
Yep.
who was later synced with Tammuz, often called Bel,
Bel.
Lord, in the 1st millennium BCE.
There it is.
As Marduk's name was deemed too sacred for regular utterance, Marduk would usurp Enlil's role as the king of the gods,
and
and
then
his mythologies are spread
last thing I
into
wanted
many
to show
different
you real
gods
quick
who also take on
is
traits of
right here.
Tammuz, such as Bel Sarbi, Lord festivals, celebrated at
Syria.
opposite times of the year. The Kisu festival,
Nisan
celebrated
14.
at the same time as the Hebrew Sukkot, the fall equinox, and the Zakru festival was celebrated on the same day as Passover, the 14th of Nisan,
Ready?
which is the 14th day of the new year, the spring equinox. These 2 equinox festivals are the largest and most documented in the Assyrian tablets dug up at Nineveh. Arnaud Daniel, famous Assyriologist who has written extensively on this subject, has proposed that these festivals are a commemoration of the gods and goddesses' descent to the underworld and later resurrection. The rite of laying down the statue
And then
of
once I see
Ninkur
this,
was a symbolic
almost there.
gesture
It's almost
of the burial of the goddess. The presence of the mourning woman figures and rites of mourning also gives much credence to this theory as well. At the Zakru festival at Nineveh, sacred to the god Dagon, which, according to the tablets found at Nineveh, was celebrated on, drum roll please, the 14th day
There
of
it is.
Nisan,
Come on.
where the text actually reads, on the 14th day of the new year, which
the head of the year. There's the Rosh Hashanah quote that they find in the Akkadian. So it's 14th of Nisan, 14th day after the new year. And they set. And what do they do? What do they do at this time?
coincides to Nisan 14. which is the same day as the Passover and the same day Jesus was crucified.
What else?
70 unblemished lambs were
7
sacrificed for this
unblemished
festival.
lamb.
Unblemished lambs is exactly what the tablets specifically call for, and 70 total, which is a number that anyone who knows about.
So, okay, you have the same day that Jesus dies, which is on the Passover, which is where the Akitu festival celebrates the descent and return of Ishtar and Marduk and all that stuff, and Bel and Dumuzi and all that synchronism,
Right.
which also happens to be the same time of the year where the Assyrians do the Zakru, which is also another dying and rising agriculture thing.
Yeah.
Which is also the same time of the year. Osiris has his festival, and Adonis has the Adonia festival, and Attis has the Hilaria festival. And you really think Jesus actually did die during this time? Sorry, bro.
If it is so coincidental, and then therefore they try to use it as a brownie point for divine, you know what's interesting? The language, when you go back to, I don't know if it's in Exodus when it first narrates the Passover, not the Passover, but yeah, the New Year's festival, but in the desert, no longer in Egypt. They're mourning. It's the same thing they did with Dumuzi. They mourn and they celebrate for Yahweh.
And then they had the wandering of Isis.
I literally
period where they were all waiting for her to return with the body.
I did a video on this where there's a scholar, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but 1960s, 70s scholar who did in the School of History of Religions argued that there are evidences in the Hebrew Bible that Yahweh was a dying and rising deity, and they start to scrub that out over time. The same way we have polytheism and other things that you see kind of pop up, and that you get it in the rituals, in the celebrations of the New Year. The people are mourning the absence of Yahweh, the return of the God, the deity, and this idea like he's died and then he comes back. And then later on, of course, it starts to get scrubbed out of the earlier traditions. That's what the scholar made. But your point, you literally highlighted many of the names we just talked about: Bel, Nebo, Barsippa, Marduk, Esagila or Isagila.
Yeah, that's the place. That's the location where, according to one of these tablets, I think they found, they would take the statue of the god Nebu or Marduk, depending on what source, and they would. Oh, I'm sorry, no, a statue of the goddess from Isagila, and they would bring it to Babylon, where the house of the New Year is, and bring it to Marduk, and they would have a ritual heroes Gamos.
Look at that. The priest of incantation who go before him reciting an incantation, they are his people who well before him. The Magi who go before the Beltis of Babylon, that is the messenger. He weeps before her, saying unto the mountain lower world, the underworld, the death, they have taken him. She goes down, saying, oh my brother, his garment, which he causes to be brought to the Beltis of Erech, these are his raiment, which they took from him. That's the shaming. They strip him of his garments like Inana, Ishtar.
And they cast lots for his garments.
Yep. And this is for Bel Marduk. Look, it says, be it silver, be it gold, be it the jewels, which he causes to be brought forth from within Esagila unto the temples. That means his temple, which the Syrian.
Now you know what Esther is talking about. It's talking about this.
Yep.
The book of Esther is rewriting the death of the near death of Mordecai.
You show it in your movie, but you might as well pull the source up for people to see the 3-day motif, the Inanna repetition.
Yeah, why not I just show it from I actually showed the text in my video. I can actually show it.
Okay. Yeah, show it. By the way,
it'd be way more thorough that way than me pulling up the text.
I agree. You know I agree. Baron, thanks for being a member for 34 months. You are Marduk, my friend. And then Victor says they search Marduk on a graveyard. He's not there. Yes, Victor. And it's in Easter. It's literally this day. Come on.
Yeah,
please tell me every time you see this, Easter has no connections to pagan anything.
It's crazy that they say that. It is.
It's like, what?
It's literally Nissan 14. All right, so I go to Esther right here. Okay, Esther.
Called Esther in the Hebrew Bible, in the Greek Septuagint, wide-ranging in versions and manuscript traditions, but all about a Jewish queen named Esther, pronounced Esther in Hebrew, who lived in the Persian court of Xerxes, along with Mordecai, who in Hebrew is Mardoki, and Mardochaeus in Greek.
Just so you guys know, if there's no vowels in Hebrew, so it's M-R-D-K, and then with a yod at the end. It's literally Mardoki. It's the same spelling as Marduk. You understand that?
Yeah.
No,
Esther, and by the way, people might think, what about Ishtar? It's not. It's Esther. Well, that's the West Semitic Astarte spelling of her name.
Right.
With the A, with the alpha.
in the Persian court of Xerxes, along with Mordecai, who in Hebrew is Mardoki, and Mardochaeus in Greek. Notice the names Esther and Mardoki, which some scholars and myself have noticed sounds a lot like Marduk and Ishtar. In the longest extant version of the Book of Esther from the Septuagint, preserved in the Catholic and Orthodox.
And scholars think the Septuagint is preserving an older version because of how much extra information it has, and like it's just a different version completely.
Bibles, and otherwise considered apocryphal, the story seems to align very much with the descent of Ishtar. Mardoki is in trouble in the court of Xerxes and is about to be slain due to Haman, one of the members of the court who plotted against Mardoki. In chapter 4, Esther, like Ishtar, ritually mourns for 3 days for Mardoki and for the people of Israel due to the situation they are under, being in a diaspora. The text reads,
And all Israel cried with all their might, for the death was before their eyes. And Queen Esther betook herself for refuge to the Lord,
Whose voice
being
is that?
taken as it were in the death.
Marduk's voice.
Having taken off her glorious apparel, she put on garments of distress and mourning. And instead of grand perfumes, she filled her head with ashes and dung. She greatly brought down her body, and she filled every place of her gland, adorning with the torn curls of her hair. Esther 4:18.
we see a similar tearing and ash covering mourning rite being taken up by Ishtar for Dumuzi in Akkadian text.
Watch this.
Why have you covered your head with a cloth?
This is why I said we better just watch the video, because I wouldn't be able to find this source. This is an old source.
You who are a shepherd, how you walk about. Holy Ishtar, weeps
Holy shit.
in her house, which having descended.
What's up?
No, the way I said this, like holy Ishtar, I'm thinking holy shit, just
Oh yeah, it's like a play on words. Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, as you can see, she does the same thing Esther does. Rips out her hair, wears sackcloth and ashes, which is very specific.
Right.
Sackcloth and ashes. It could have said, and she put on a robe. Like she puts on literally sackcloth in both texts. That's crazy. And plucks out her hair and beats her breast.
From heaven stands on the earth. She wears sackcloth and ashes, rips out her hair, tears her torn sinews, rips out her hair, plucks out her hair like burr rushes. The lady wept at the meaning of the decreed fate. Dumuzi wept at the meaning of the decreed fate. The mourning for Dumuzi.
The apocryphal manuscripts also have a similar plot.
Look, this is from the Septuagint Esther, and you can see where it says, instead of grand perfume, she filled her head with ashes and dung. She greatly brought her down her body, right?
As the descent of Ishtar, in which Esther is attended by eunuchs.
And then it says, it came to pass on the third day,
Yeah.
when she ceased praying, that she put off her men dress, and then she's attended by two maids and leaned upon the delicate feet. Watch.
Just as Ishtar was attended by the Gali, who are also eunuchs. Esther then descends through multiple portals in the palace until she is finally brought into the chamber of the king, where she puts on a royal attire, and like Ishtar, finds favor with the queen of Hades. Esther finds favor with King Xerxes.
Get paid, baby.
So many ads coming up.
YouTube puts them up automatically.
Day, putting an end to her prayers, she took off her
There it is.
penitential garments and arrayed herself.
On the third day. This is not in the in the Hebrew version for some reason.
Right.
So I just think it's interesting how you have this version that no one knows about the third. It has the third day motif.
In royal attire, in making her state appearance after invoking the all-seeing God and Savior, she took her 2 eunuchs. On the one she leaned gently for support, while the other followed her bearing her train. She glowed with the perfection of her beauty, and her countenance was joyous as it was lovely, though her heart was shrunk with fear. She passed through all the portals till she stood face to face with the king, who was seated on his royal throne, clothed in full robes of state, and covered with gold and precious stones.
Esther is able to sway the king to release Mordecai, and she saves all the Israelites from persecution. Mordecai is then given a purple robe and diadem that Haman wore before him, and Haman was then sentenced to die. The descent of Ishtar also has Tammuz robed in purple and sitting on a throne.
Did you hear that, dude?
Mm-hmm.
Both Mordecai and Tammuz, and I don't know if Bel has that in there either. Does Bel get robed in purple at the end?
I
Look
don't
that
know
up.
purple.
Go look and see at the end of your source. See if Mordecai gets robed in purple. I'm sorry. Bel.
Towards the
After.
end. Also, in the epilogue, Mardaki relates that he had a dream about 2 dragons and a spring turning into a river and the light of the sun. He figures out that the river is Esther and the sun is the king, while the 2 dragons represent Mardaki and Haman. It seems obvious to me, and many other scholars in the past have also concluded, that the book of Esther is drawing heavily from the myths of Ishtar's descent to the underworld to save Tammuz, the god who by the Hellenistic era was synced with Marduk, called Bel, and had many temples in Syria, Phoenicia,
Temple of
and
Bel in
Levant,
Syria.
and was known by the names Baal and Adonis. If the names Mardaki and Esther aren't enough to see the relations of Marduk and Ishtar, the story has these elements in common. Both Esther and Ishtar.
I use Dennis McDonald's Magnesis to make a whole list. They both mourn, 1-1. They both wear sackcloth and ashes, 1-1. Both are attended by eunuchs, 1-1. Seeks deliverance from God, 1-1. Descends through portals, descends through gates, 1-1. Face to face with king and queen, 1-1. Finds favor with the king and queen, 1-1. Saves saves the other character, and then that character is replaced. Like, it's so much. There's so much lining up, dude. You know what I mean?
I agree. Yeah, I agree. I'm looking up the royal. I can't see any explicit royal garment material explained other than what was taken off of him. But I'm trying to see if there's any additional.
What happens when he comes? What happens when he's triumphant? Like, that's you have. You pull it up.
Yeah, you want me to pull up the whole passage?
Yeah, let's see what it looks like.
Look with me.
Just go towards the bottom. Let's just see if there's anything going on that we noticed from Esther.
Okay. So here we are. We're going to the bottom. Let's start here.
And then it says, Beltis, who binds the Atu garment on her back. What's the Atu garment?
And this, I don't know. And
a
Sipu.
The month of Nisan are exceedingly plentiful. It means he was seized. So keep going down. The water for washing.
That's baptism or like a purification.
Oh, of course.
Or even like Pontius Pilate washes his hands kind of thing, you know?
Yeah.
After he has been taken away, that is the misery.
Oh, no. Yeah, he hasn't been brought back yet. So keep going.
Right.
You're way too high up.
Well, it's not all in it's not in the perfect chronological order. When I read this, I thought the beginning to the end. It does a weird jumping back and forth thing here.
Clothing and sandals here, right? Go to 64. The clothing and sandals which they bring into the temple of Babylon corresponds. He brings them to her. Yeah, you got to keep going down. Like, how much more is left? Okay. Hold on. Just keep it so I can see the bottom, and then I keep it right there. Okay. The chariot, the New Year's sacrifice without master, because Bel's still gone. It seems like. And then it says, whoever erases this tablet puts it in water. Ishtar, the gods of heaven and earth. So in this one, he doesn't. This is just him getting killed. That's it.
Right. There is a resurrection mention. So you could tell they're for joy that he's come back.
Because it's this is very confusing. It's like you can tell it's damaged very much because there's all these dots.
Yep. Let's see. The waters answer separated the one who sinned. Water Kadamu, the race with the month of Nisan before Bel, and the sacred places run in frenzy. That means when Aser sent Ninurta to conquer the god Zu, Ninurta, before Aser spoke, saying, Zu is conquered, and Aser spoke to the god Nusku, saying, hasten unto all the gods, announce the tidings.
God Zu, is that his antagonist?
I don't know.
Hold on, look at right after that. It says, hasten, announce the tidings. He announced the tidings to them, and they rejoiced.
Mm-hmm.
And it usually even has the psalmist recite, and then so that's like that seems to be Nusku passed by Espa. He is the messenger, sends on Bel's behalf. The clothing and sandals which they bring into the temple, this corresponds to he brings them to her.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it looks like is going on right there.
Him whom they allow not to escape and who cannot come forth. The chariot which goes speeding the house of New Year's sacrifice without its master. That means that without a master Bel, it runs swiftly. And the dumbfounded goddess who from the city goes welling, that is the woman weller who from the city goes welling or weeping. The door with the aperture, as they call it, that means that the gods confined him. He entered into the house, and before him one locked the door. They bored holes into the door, and they waged battle.
What the hell is going on?
I know, it's like a fucking whoever erases this tablet or puts it in water, and whoever reads it from whom it is not lawful to read it, whom one must not permit to hear it.
I want to know what it sounds like to me. I'm being completely honest. It sounds like the translation is not that good.
It could be that too, but
yeah, it sounds like something doesn't make sense here.
Yeah, I know there's a spot where they're shouting that he's like they're celebrating.
It's got to be fucking hard to translate.
Oh my gosh, dude,
that's got to be a nightmare.
This text
because you're looking at these little cuneiform little markings and trying to figure out, like, you have to know the dialects. Ugaritic is way easier. You know, Ugaritic's very easy, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can learn Ugaritic in like a month. Let me show you why. Ugaritic is not this. It's way simpler. It's actually like Hebrew. Let me share my screen real quick. Oh yeah, you got me. Sorry. Now look at this. Ugaritic only has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 18, 24. It only has 24, and then it's like 30 characters. That's it. And look, it's alphabetic. Well, it's not alphabetic. They call it Abjad script. It's like linear B. So like this they have every has it's like it's alphabetic in a way. It's hard to describe it. But look at A, this is A, that's B, that's G, that's H, that's D, that's H, that's W, that's Z, that's I think K, and then this is you know what I mean? That they have sounds. So in a way it's alphabetic. But you know what's funny about Ugaritic? You can see the Phoenicians are inspired by it. It's like Proto-Phoenician, because look at the alpha faces the same direction. And then look at this. Look at the ones, the dead giveaways are Shin. Look at Shin, how it has the W. It looks like a W. See how it has 3?
Mm-hmm. Looks
like a Shin. Another one that's a dead giveaway is where was it? Well, this one looks like a just straight up and down. Oh, this one. This is the one. He, which is where the English letter E. You ever notice how it has 3 points? The English letter E. Well, look at this one. 3 points.
It's still got it.
Yeah. So our letter E comes from Ugaritic. The English letter E. I'm not kidding. It goes back all the way to Ugaritic. The 3 dots, the 3 lines. So you can actually you can see Ugaritic is not that difficult to learn. You can learn the alphabet pretty quickly, and then you just got to deal with the vocabulary and the grammar, which is not easy either. I'm just saying it's way, in comparison to learning Akkadian, it's way easier.
Yeah. Let me show you real quick. I was trying to find it right here. So the who looks to heaven, that means he prays to Sin and Shema, saying, "Restore me to life." And then there's this. It says it also says in that the hymn recited before Bel in the month of Nisan, and they sing it, and that their prayers he prays, and their imploration he implores. So there's clearly a liturgical observance in this text. Near the end, the text describes activity in the month of Nisan when people run in frenzy before Bel and the sacred places, and then the announcement that Zu is conquered. He announced the tidings to them, and they rejoiced. That sounds like festival celebration.
Look at 32. That's when I was at. That's it. We found it right there. We got to find out what is Saritu. Ask ChatGPT, what is a Saritu garment? Tell me that it's a purple. Tell me that it's a purple fucking robe, dude. Watch it be a purple. This will blow my mind forever if that's true.
Is it purple? Dude, if it is, this is 700 BCE, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
This is 700 years in tablet before Jesus. Just saying. It's looking it up. It's thinking. It's doing a little searching. I didn't want to do extended searching. Probably not purple, and the exact meaning is uncertain. In your text, the line is simply the Saritu garment in which he, Marduk, was clothed, and then a gloss that seems to connect it with the coffin Kadamu rather than with color. That matters because in this passage, the garment is functioning in a ritual funerary setting, not a color description. I could not verify a standard Assyriological source. Let me do extended thinking. See if it has any better brain power.
Yeah. It said, oh my God, dude, I'm not kidding. I didn't ask it if it was purple. I just typed in. So I'll even show you. I'll even show you what my ChatGPT. I just went to,
I'm stopping the share.
Gemini. I literally just said, what is a Saritu garment? Did not try to make it. I didn't ask you to say purple. I didn't say
yeah.
What it says. Material, almost exclusively made of high quality linen, dyed in expensive colors like purple or blue. Now, I never just take AI's word for things.
You know how Babylon
what I would do now is I would say, where do you know? How do you know it's purple?
Yeah, the bluish purple. I mean, you could see it being both, right? Babylon has their
purple, and what are the primary sources or scholarship? That's how I try to verify, because you can get a lot of bullshit from ChatGPT.
Of course. That's why I put it on extended thinking. I dropped it because it takes like
$3 super chat. Neal, religion equals way of life. Where you hear this.
Oh, I hit it. Go ahead.
Religion means what? Religio. All right, I'll show you right now. Religio. Latin word religio. Latin word religio. Where's the
Are you sharing your screen? Or are you?
No, I'm just I'm looking for the what is it called? LSJ. Religio, LSJ.
While you do that, I'm digging up some shit. If this is
before I move off this, before I forget, let me just bring this up again, and I'll come back to this. I promise I'll come back to this. Hebrew. So the identification. I said, how do you know what's the primary source? Linguistic source. Through their syllogism. What? Hebrew cognates the Akkadian Argamanu as the direct equivalent of the Hebrew Argamon purple. It literally means purple, dude.
What does mean purple?
Oh, no, that's the name of the color. So
I was going to say.
Oh, it's called Saritu. Okay, so.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I confused it when I copied and pasted it. I think I confused it. But it says we have thousands of mundane administrative tablets, Simpar, the clothing of the gods. These specify the Ishtar and are dressed in Saritu garments made of Taklitu and Aragamu wool. There it is.
So that is.
So yeah. It is purple.
A royal.
And so it's either Telet or purple. It's going to be either purple or blue. But that's fine. That to me, that's kind of like it's falling in the range of what we're finding in the other tracks where they're clothed in purple.
Yeah. I'm challenged.
Remember, Jesus is given a purple garment. Remember that?
Right.
He's dressed in
Yes.
purple and given a crown of thorns.
Exactly.
Something that's something that seems to be popping up quite a bit in these sources.
I think the mocking of a king who's going to a death like that is what we're seeing with Bel Marduk. It's what you see. They even did a mock king situation in Philo. You and I know that text where they took a homeless man and they dressed him up in a mocking way as a king. Do you remember that source?
Yes. Yeah. Want to pull that up real quick?
Yeah, you can, just to show people, because I think it's important.
King.
Philo of Alexandria, who's right there at the New Testament, is talking about how they made a mock of a homeless man. They dressed him up like a king, and you'll see, they kind of like made him like a king.
Yeah, so this is a Babylonian famous ritual, a religious rite, human sacrifice, documented most clearly in Sumer, Babylon, and Assyria, which performed to safeguard the king from danger. And by the way, remember what Philo of Byblos says? When the king had an omen, he had to sacrifice his only begotten son, Yehud. Remember?
Yep, that's in
because of the omen.
Right.
They did this. It was literally this ritual playing out.
Literally.
And this
and in purple royal everything. Yeah.
Tablet from the Ashurbanipal library says the reasons for the performance was the evil portent of evil and unlucky signs, eclipses of the moon, the sun, blah, 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 blah. And then you have this this tablet right here talks about it. And what would happen was they would, let's see. Here it is right here. Once a substitute was chosen, I'm trying to see. He would be washed, anointed, given wine and food. What the hell? Like a last meal for Passover.
Yeah.
And he was dressed in king's robes.
Right.
That's purple. Decorated with a royal diadem, crown jewels, placed upon a throne. It's like Jesus was.
Right.
And the tablets also say it was a girl or virgin most of the time. And then it says, at this point, the ritual, the real king would substitute for the formerly switched ones. They would choose a peasant or a farmer. You get the point. Like it literally takes someone from the lower echelons of society, dress them up as a king, put them in purple, put a crown on them, give them wine and food, and they would sacrifice them. And this is what happened to Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
He's literally mocked as a king, a fake.
Yeah. Do you know that Philo source with the mock, or no? Should I look it up?
What do you mean, Philo of Alexandria?
Philo of Alexandria has a.
I gotta look that up. I'm not sure which one.
Yeah, I know it's in. Let me pull it up. It's in one of my sources here, because it's in my Jesus, Josephus, and Jesus one, where I show the parallels between Jesus and Jesus, Ben and Ananias.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I almost there. Carabas, that's it. Philo of Alexandria, contemporary of Jesus, tells the story of a half-witted street person named Carabas, a name quite similar to Barabbas of the gospel story, though Carabas does resemble Barabbas. The man himself is a stand-in for Jesus, who was mocked and dressed in fake finery as a mock king. This is what it says. There was a certain madman named Carabas, and notice who's a madman? Mark says Mary and his family said Jesus is gone mad. Literally, they think he's crazy, okay? So you have this madman who's afflicted not with wild... so it says, there was a certain madman named Carabas, afflicted not with a wild, savage, and dangerous madness, for that comes on in fits without being expected either by the patient or by bystanders, but with an intermittent, and more gentle kind. This man spent all this days and night naked in the roads, minding neither cold nor heat, the sport of idle children and wanton youths, and they driving the poor wretch as far as the public gymnasium and setting him up there on high that he might be seen by everyone, flattened out a leaf of papyrus and put it around his head instead of a diadem, and clothed the rest of his body with a common doormat instead of a cloak, and instead of a scepter, they put in his hand a small stick of the native papyrus, which they found lying by the wayside, and gave to him. And when, like actors in a theatrical spectacles, like the Romans mock Jesus is like a theatrical kind of situation, he had received all the insignia of royal authority and had been dressed and adorned like a king. The young men bearing sticks on their shoulders stood on each side of him instead of spear bearers, in imitation of the bodyguards of the king. And then others came up, some as if to salute him, and others making as though they wished to plead their causes before him, and others pretending to wish to consult with him about the affairs of the state. Then from the multitude of those who were standing around, there arose a wonderful shout of men calling out Maris, M-A-R-I-S. And that is the name by which it is said that they call the kings among the Syrians, for they knew that Agrippa was by birth a Syrian, and also that he was possessed of a great district of Syria, of which he was the sovereign.
Yeah.
Interesting shit.
Absolutely.
So it seems is way too close for comfort, too close to be coincidence. One must suspect that someone had simply rewritten and repurposed the Caraba story for Jesus. Anyway.
Wow. Who wrote that last part?
I did in my script.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, when I looked at that, I thought, this is too close for comfort. And the fact that, who is it? It's talking about Agrippa, which we have right here in Syria, which is playing a role in the whole gospel stories as well. So it's really close. It's really close to go, maybe.
Yeah, or they're also familiar with the ritual that's taking place. Like,
of course,
that's what it sounds like that could be happening too.
Of course. I'm just going above and beyond. You know how I am.
Yeah.
Oh, snap.
We got a last minute super. What's the Achilles heel of Gnostic Informant? I don't know.
I'd say addiction.
I don't have an Achilles heel.
You don't. Like, that's like saying, what's my Achilles heel? It would be a relapse, and it's never going to happen.
Super chat. What's the Achilles heel of MythVision podcast? Keep up the great.
Oh, you have one too.
Oh, shiznit. Oh, okay.
Oh, he sent that on mine, but he sent you this on yours. Oh, that's funny.
No, that's good.
Someone's trying to pin us together against each other. That's funny.
Yeah. What's
the Achilles heel? He's asking me what your Achilles heel is. So you got to answer what mine is.
Oh, okay.
I would say for Derek,
keep it real. I was just about to fucking say, bro.
Well, after his family, that's
dude. Bro, that's for real. I would say for you, man. Honestly, you're dude. It's hard to break Neal. Neal, you're different. I would honestly say for you, bro, the only thing that could ever be something that would stump you, dude, would be, it'd probably be addiction. That's the only thing. Medea now, right? But I'm saying that it would only be our past. You know what I mean? In my mind, because you don't have a family yet. In terms of you don't have your own family yet. Yeah. So that's my imagination kicking and saying like something like that.
That's probably a good answer. That's probably a good
but
answer.
Obviously it's not something that would ever happen. So it's like we're kicking ass, we're taking names, and we're gonna keep up the great work. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
So
where was the last one we left off? This one?
Yes.
And then we did this one.
You mentioned it, but I think you mentioned it when we were.
Thank you for the stream. I appreciate it. Thank you for that one. The next one is they search for Marduk on a graveyard. He's not there. And we were talking about that. Yeah.
Right.
So it's another missing body motif like we talked about in the beginning. Very good point. Very good point, Victor. Thank you for that. It says C line 11 through 12. That's pretty much 72. Talking about your source.
Okay, I'll pull it right back up real quick.
Yeah.
And sorry, I dropped it. Line 11 through 12. Here we are. The gate of the ... is to which she goes. That is the gate of the dude. And then it's appointed a guard. There's guards at the tomb.
Oh my God.
I mean, come on, bro.
And then look at line 13. They make a lament when the gods bound him that he perished from among them. He's gone. He's gone.
Come on, bro.
That's interesting. Good point. Holy shit. Great point.
Yeah.
As all these motifs just line up one by one. You can't even keep track of them all.
No, this one, you know how the person earlier was saying like the Inana myth is so similar, like it is for so old, it really is. But this one has my head scratched. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like I'm sitting here going, like this Bel Marduk myth, 700 years on a tablet. It's in the region, it's not all the way over Mesopotamia. They discovered this like up there near the Euphrates River, west Euphrates side of the river near Syria and all of that stuff. So it's I don't know, bro. Like this tradition floats all the way down into Jesus, and then you got other people. We didn't even dwell on Dionysus today, but like there's just so much stuff. And when people tell you, oh, there's nothing to it, it's purely this one thing, and it's like, is it though? You know, is it?
You want to? I agree. Yeah. So what was the next one now?
That was it. I think we got that.
I had to go back to this one.
Oh, sorry.
So religio is defined by Cicero as pertaining to the gods. But there are other, Lactantius, for example, regards it as way of life, or like the way you live, like how virtuous you are. It's like way of life, basically. He says, by the bond of piety, we are strictly fastened and bound, religio, to God, from which religion received the name. That's from one of the sources. But here, hold on. I didn't even want to tell you that. I was just looking up what people say about it. The best way to look at this is through the LSJ, religio, from the Lewis side, where it says conscientious, sense of right.
Oh, sorry. Right? Go ahead, share it.
Okay. Here it is right here. Religio from the Lewis side. Conscientious, sense of right, moral obligation, duty. You know, I kind of sum that up as how you live, the way you live your life, being good, being virtuous, being religious, right? Not necessarily retaining to gods, although it can be. And that's what definitely Cicero's definition is, definitely how you, like, your piety towards the gods is being religious. That's where our modern Western definition comes from, through Cicero's definition. But it's used in different ways in Latin, that word religio. It could be convictions, regard for sacred things, devoutness, piety, reverence, religious feeling. And then you can see like sense of religious obligation, sanction, duty, pledge of faith. You know what I mean? So it's, and if you can, the way I would sum all this up is literally how you live your life, how you carry yourself, being virtuous in the world, how, like what you do, like it's your actions. That's religion. It's what you're devoted to. It's what you're bound to. That's religion. So,
yeah, there's good religion James talks about, which is, and then I imagine there's bad religion, but James talks about, you know, feeding the poor, helping the widow, and all that kind of stuff. The letter of James. Yeah,
that's good religion. Yeah, feeding the poor, good religion. That's literally the way of life. It's your actions. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
You know, the way, like, it's not just in what you believe in. It's not just like my religion is Christianity, my religion is Islam, my religion is Buddhism. Like that's a modern misconception of what religion is. In the ancient world, religion was what you're doing, your way of life, your actions on the ground, how you interpret them, how you interact with people in the world, how you carry yourself, and your moral duty to the gods and to your family and to your ancestors. That's religion. So,
absolutely. Well, I think we caught up, and I think we've exceeded 4 hours and 11 minutes. We've done quite a bit here. I think a lot of sources for people to chew on, and stuff we got to chew on. There's a lot more research we're going to continue to do. Help support what we're doing. Help support us by joining the chat, live streaming. You know, you super chat us, become members of the channel. That helps us out. We do this full time, me and Neal. Your support allows Neal, when he throws out ideas, I want to give people kind of a background behind the scenes here, Neal. When people support what you do, whether it be via super chats or becoming Patreon or members, all that adds up. Or even super thanks, like during they can comment under a video you do. It allows you the opportunity to say, hey, I'm going to spend a week and a half scripting and editing and trying to produce like a deep researched project. Sometimes they're 2-3 week projects where you're like diving in and creating a masterpiece that's evergreen and it lasts for years to come. You're literally playing videos you did 3-4 years ago that have 500,000, 2 million views. And that's all part of the project. The people who support what you and I do, are all, that's their work. They're looking at what they've helped produce. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and by the way, I just want to give a shout out to Constellation Pegasus one more time.
Bro.
If you're still watching, it's been 4 hours. If you're still watching, I can't thank you enough for dropping
399s. Yeah.
I cannot thank you enough. Like, that was huge. That was big. And hopefully next time you can just, I can just see your comments and you can take a break for a couple videos.
That was awesome.
I appreciate you. I really do.
Yeah. That's a game changer. That helps you big time. And again, support what we're doing. If you like what you're hearing, you like where we're headed, you enjoy what we're doing, get behind it. Get behind it. Yeah. Neal.
Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
Happy Nissan.
I had a friend write me, Christian buddy. I'm going to pull up what he said here yesterday. He wrote me. He said, he goes, "Thanks, brother. No rush," right? We're talking to each other. He says, "Have a great Easter," or whatever it is you heathen celebrate, right? He's a Christian. So I wrote this back, or said this back to him.
"We heathens celebrate fertility. We'll be raising something, all right."
So this is what
Good answer. Good answer.
Yeah, I'm going to play it slow, though. Here we go. I wrote him this.
"We heathens celebrate fertility. We'll be raising something, all right."
And I'm talking about,
Did you even see this painting that I tried to hang up? You can't even see it because the way my camera's all set up. I have to have high light directly on you because I'm using like a color filter thing. I'm using raw. I'm shooting in raw. That's what it's called, Z-RAW. But you can't see far back. You can see the blue light a little bit.
Yeah, I do a little.
But let me see if I can try to zoom this. Let me see if I can.
Your light turned off in the middle of this anyway.
I literally have John the Baptist, a painting of Jesus.
I can't see it. Can you, everybody? Oh, okay.
This is from Leonardo.
That's awesome.
1500.
That is awesome.
It's called the Madonna and the Child, and that's John the Baptist on this side.
That's cool. Wow.
I figured I'd show it off before I put it away again because I'm not going to leave that up there.
Grandpa, thank you so much for the super chat.
Last minute super sticker, huh?
Abso-freaking-lutely.
Nice.
Abso-freaking-lutely. Yeah, that was a cool. I love that art. That art is so good. I love the style. You know.
Oh yeah, Renaissance, baby. High Renaissance.
Look at this guy. MythVision, do something honestly, and you'll probably have more supporters. Look at the name, Orthodoxan.
Do something honestly.
He's an ortho bro telling me. That's funny.
That's
I mean, yeah, we've got plenty of supporters. Don't worry, but it's helpful to have it continue to grow what we're doing here. And people stand with what we're doing. I really know that we're changing a lot of the way people are thinking because it's easy to go on YouTube and find a million people who say Easter has nothing to do. There's no overlap. There's nothing. And you're like, okay, then Christmas comes around. We hear the same thing every time with Christmas. It's almost every celebration, right?
Yeah.
And you work overtime to debunk that or at least show that there's something to this material, you know?
Oh, yeah. Check out my Twitter, too. I do a lot of debunking, stuff that I think. Not even just religion stuff, but the pyramids are power plant type shit. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
So, all right.
Yeah, let's wrap things up. Happy Easter, everybody. Stay tuned. We're going to continue kicking ass, taking names, and got more stuff coming. What are you working on next, Neal?
I got a lot of shit. I don't even want to say which one it is, but a few things. I'll see. I have not decided which one's going to come out next, but there's some stuff.
Absolutely. Same here. I'm working on, I've got like 2 or 3 hits on Wes coming. I've got a William Lane Craig bombshell coming on Dying and Rising.
Really?
Yeah. I've already got 3 scripted already. And they're all based on shit he's done on popular channels. I didn't realize he already did. I got a William Lane Craig hit coming. I've got a Frank Turek, 2 Frank Turek hits that are coming. I'm coming after the apologist. You know what I mean? I've got to.
That's your thing.
Yeah. That's my thing, man.
That's
so
good.
Stay tuned.
All right, man.
All right. Everybody, true gnosis. And we are MythVision.
Son, do you want to know what the truth is? After this, there's